Evening. Astrophotography, how are you? Good, sir. Good to see you in here. G4, in before the bot. Putzi, how you doing, dude? Lurkin, how you guys doing tonight? Look, down there. We got some clear skies tonight. Freezing cold outside. We are, what's the temperature? We're about -2 degrees right now. This is fantastic. Lux, how you doing? Misfit Act, hey, how you doing? Misfit, how you doing there, dude? Doing fantastic. That is our most recent image of the moon right now, and you can see the scope is out. I'm pointing to the camera. I'm not pointing to my heart nebula. You're well. Good to see. Good to see you're doing well. I see you playing Red Dead Redemption 2, and I really need to fire that thing up because it looks awesome. It's been sitting there in my game, in the game section there, not being played yet. And it really, really should. Love these streams. Hey, happy to have you in here. Lux, maybe some Copernicus shot today. Fair chance. We're at a 91% full moon, so you know we got some good shots there. There's the moon right there. In fact, why not? Let's go over to it. A lot of high clouds as well. Oh, I was very skeptical on how tonight was going to go. I mean, last night it said that we had clear skies right up until 3 in the morning, and didn't believe it one bit. And yeah, all 3 apps that I have were saying that we had a clear night. So yeah, as soon as I logged off from work, it was get everything set up, hit the coffee brewed. We are good to go. I had a video today, a close up on some craters, but the seeing was terrible, so it wiggled a lot. I'm tempted to yesterday. Sorry, that's cool. I'm tempted to think that we have some really, really good seeing tonight, because it is. I was doing my focusing, and that Batnoff mask, that indicator, was not wiggling when I let it be. So we have some really, really clear skies. So why am I talking? Why am I rambling on about this? This is what we want. This is our most recent image of the moon. I'm gonna have to refresh that there. That is and that's how much it shows. I have I have a 0.6 focal reducer on the camera there, so it does fit in. The whole moon fits in there. If I was to take it, I was tempted to take out the reducer and just have it at the 1600 millimeters, but at the same time, I don't know. I wanted to get things rolling. The rest of the week, the weather is terrible, so I figured, without further ado, let's get this moon going. Moon is fake. Have you not seen the Truman Show? I've seen the Truman Show. My moon is a little different. I've checked. My moon does not hold Ed Harris in the background there, so we're good. What is this heat extension? Where can you see where we click? I don't know. Click somewhere on the moon. I never really tried it out. I don't know if it actually works. I'm clicking crazy now. Alright, I will check out one other setting. Let's see if we can check this out. Because yeah, if we can have you guys clicking on the moon, or clicking on anything, and have a little target show up, then that's what I want. That's what I want you. I want you guys to be able to say, "Hey, what's this?" And then I can say, "Hey, it's this," or I don't know. Heat extension needs API plugins for it to work. Do you have them? I don't know. Let me click on my extra little bits here. What is this API plugin I require? I'll have a look on this as well. I think if it works, if we can get it to work, then yeah, definitely I will. Oh, I'm wrong. Right, extensions. You need to make them yourself generally. Well. You're probably better getting the fruit thrower. I see. Yeah, I see. Okay. Alright, I'm clicking on there now. And on this screen, Astro Beard, how you doing? Let's go over here for a quick second. I'm clicking. Yeah, see? You can see some clicks happening. But I thought it would overlay on here. Ah, that's annoying. Well, we know it kind of works. Well, there, we can see it kind of. You just remove the background, use the chroma key, in my opinion, and resize it to fit the screen. Possibly. Alright, I think I'm going to have to look into this a little more. Because I know if I start mucking about with things on stream, especially because it's a gradient. Why would they put it as a gradient? You're definitely using it. Alright, yeah, I think if I can get this sorted out so I can have it as an overlay, then yeah, then we'll see how that works. Yeah, I can see a bunch of markers on here. Alright. It's a phased process. Anyway, it's good to see the testing somewhat works. Let's head back to the moon. Alright, let's refresh this because it's probably moved out of view slightly. Yeah, it's moved a little bit out of view. Now, I am also using the broadband filter on here tonight, so it's letting a lot more light through, so I have to keep shorter exposures to get this get the moon showing up there. Zoom, there it goes. A little too fast. My filter for today is called Freaking Clouds. No. Alright, oh. There we go. All right, so we can see there is definitely some wobbling going on right now. And yeah, that's the most zoomed in I can get. Actually, because I am using the focus mode on the ASI Air, it kind of zooms in digitally. It's essentially we're binning at this point to try and get that image. Boggs 962. Boggs, how you doing? Just watch the ISS go over. One day I will have the scope set up to catch it. I think people catch that ISS going across the moon and transiting the moon. There's some fantastic shots that come out of that. I haven't tried that myself. This camera that I have, what am I shooting right now? I am at 7 frames per second, so I don't even know if I would have to. I don't know if I would be able to capture that. Right, welcome on into the stream, guys. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and tonight we have clear skies in the east of England. And for now, we're looking at the moon. We have the moon kind of in our sights for most of the night right now, and that's basically how it always turns out. Whenever you have some clear skies, the moon is going to get in the way. However, it's still a really nice target to look at. Trekker Kev, clear skies indeed. Bloody cold out there. We are at what are we at? minus 2 degrees right now. I was wrong. Okay, it feels like -2. It is currently 3 degrees, so I got a little bit of wind going on right now. So I'll actually kind of look at the moon and not having to worry about any stars wobbling. That's fine. That's great. We'll be looking at the moon. And yeah, not cold enough for a Canadian. The coldest I have felt is -52 degrees below zero Celsius. And that was a different kind of cold. That really, really, really was. And that was up when I was in the northern territories of Canada. And yeah, that was it was a weird feel. It was cold, but it was very dry. It was a dry cold. It didn't like chill you right to your bone right away. It took a minute. It was a slow burn. We were out last night to do some DSLR of Uranus and Mars. -16 did not stay out long. I would not imagine so. I mean, that's why I'm opting to stay in here where it's nice and warm. Well, warmer. Although I could turn on my heater and we'll be fine. Let's see if I can drop the. There we go. This is the quickest exposure time that we can do on the camera. And because before, when we were shooting the moon, it was in narrowband, so there wasn't a lot of light passing through that filter. But now we have much more light coming through here. It's really only kind of cutting out that little center area of the visible spectrum, which is cutting out the street lights, and we're able to see. Well, we have to expose for a little less time. Actually, a lot less time. But we'll kind of look over at the Terminator, where more of that contrast is able to be seen. I don't know what happened yesterday, but my moon tracking was on point for 10 minutes and just went bazinga and stopped tracking on the spot. And stopped tracking the spot. I sometimes get that too with what am I even on? I'm not even on. Am I on lunar or sidereal at the moment? I'm on sidereal. Let's change it over to lunar. And that should keep it in frame just a little better. But yeah, this is as live as an image as we can get right now. And this is essentially a workaround for the video mode with the ASI Air. This is the original version of the ZWO's Raspberry Pi product, and it doesn't have a recordable video mode. So the only recording of this video is going to be through this VOD. So at least then we'll... There's one more level of digital zoom, actually, and that is when we are going to... Let's just peek in right at over here. When you want to fine-tune your star. So there, that's the workiest workaround I have for getting a really zoomed-in shot of the moon. And you guys can see just how much that image is distorting all over the place. And that is the atmospheric turbulence. I am kind of shooting fairly low on the horizon, and everything is just kind of cooling off now. The sun is set. We have reached astronomical dark about 15 minutes ago. So at this point now, the sun doesn't have any more impact on the night sky, so we are pretty much at the darkest point that we're going to get until the sun starts rolling up at about 5:15, I believe. No, about 5:45, sorry. And for now, the forecast is looking to have clear skies till about 3, 4 in the morning. So what I plan to do tonight is we're going to look at the moon for a while, because why not? It's beautiful. It's in our line of sight. And it's going to be up there for a while. There are some other targets I'm probably going to quickly jump over to while they're still in view, and try to get any sort of imaging on there, of which will be we'll probably get the Pleiades, because that's what we're dealing with right now. Looking at the outdoor cam, that is right down the barrel of the scope. Inquisitive minds, how are you? Moonlight drowns out all but the brightest stars. Lovely. How are you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. Yes, let us forget this part of the moon. Let's look at this part of the moon. So we are in the east of England with clear skies and almost a full moon. We are at 91%. But we're going to take as much advantage of it as possible. I'm going to maybe quickly go over to the Pleiades and see what we can get. We've shot that area before with the narrowband filter, and it wasn't as what's the word I'm looking for? It wasn't as detailed. It was because it's a reflection nebula, we aren't able to see very much of that structure there. So what I will do is jump over quickly to the Pleiades before it gets out of view. And I think we should have enough time on that there. But I am using a broadband filter tonight. So it's just a regular city light suppression, and as opposed to our narrowband filter that we usually use to look at the emission nebulae. And because for the most part, in my view of the back garden, all of that goes behind the trees and behind the neighbor's house, so there isn't a whole lot that I can get. I can kind of shoot like straight up towards the zenith and maybe get a fair bit along the south. Let's see, what can I get? Northeast and the east is where a lot of the targets are going to be, and a lot of them are going to be galaxies. The plan for tonight is going to be look at the moon, ooh and ah, and all these other targets that we can get as much as possible without just having the glare on the scope. But then once the Whirlpool galaxy, M51, is within view, and depending on the time, let's say, when can I expect that to be up? It's probably going to be at about maybe 10:30, 11 o'clock my time. And that is my time up there. It's currently 6:45 in the evening. And yeah, once that's up, I will set the scope to do an imaging session and try to get hopefully at least maybe 3-4 hours on the Whirlpool galaxy. So that way we will have an image to work on for our next rainy day astronomy session. And also just really kind of, it's been a while since I've getting a long exposure of a target with this camera. Actually, I think the last one probably was Malot 15, the core of the Heart Nebula, where it actually did any real astro image processing. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Image of Starfield with my bar low near Andromeda, because that's the only thing I can with this moon. That's my ideal position would be to shoot out towards the west, and that's not really an option at the moment because trees block my view to the west. So we'll make do with what we can on here. And I'm waiting to get the whirlpool again this year. I think it's nice because it sits so high up in the sky, and it takes a while to get at least to the meridian. And then at that point, I'm not going to risk a meridian flip. I think I can. I'll stop just before, because I'll be sleeping at that point. So we'll just kind of let it do its thing. You have 2 coffees to watch the whole stream. I will say there will at least be 2 coffees as well, depending on how long things go. Again, it also is a work night. Ideally I would like to stay up until 3 and do like the whole evening, but at the same time, just to be able to kind of capture something new, new to the camera at this point. Let's see. We will also, we may as well make a go for the Orion Nebula again, because we have that little small window of opportunity when it kind of sits just. I think that's going to be at about 8:30-ish, around there, 8:30. So we'll kind of keep an eye on there. Belinissima, how you doing? You are the lurk. No worries. Happy to have you in here. Always good to see some lurking names in the list of users in chat. Very nice to have you in here. What's all that churning and bubbling you see on the radar? No, sir, we call it Mr. Coffee. I always have coffee when I watch radar. Everybody knows that. M3, maybe not really affected by the moon, perhaps. I think, yeah, a lot of the brighter targets will be able to get some time, especially because of course we do, sir. We don't need a lot of time on that, so the moon really shouldn't be that much of an issue there. And plus, yeah, it's going to start to get out of the way, and we can go over to the Beehive cluster. We'll have a look at a little bit of that. And where is the 37 cluster? That is right near the moon, but hey, we can go for it. Actually, let's no, I want to do the Pleiades because that is starting to go over to the south. So let's have a quick look over at that. All right. Moon, we'll come back to you in a second. There's plenty of moon to go around. But let me... Oh, actually, yeah. Start this back up just one more time. And I will... Just want to get away from the moon a little bit. And what we're going to do is just do a quick little plate solve. And maybe a little longer of an exposure. don't know if that's going to be enough to plate solve. Let's give it a whirl. Oh, it did. All right, sync that mount, and let's go over to. We'll go over to an area of the Pleiades, which hopefully is still within the view. And what is a good place? Let's go over to Maya. I was gonna go for Merape, but I think there's more stars in that one little section there, so hopefully it is going to register the name. Not found. Ugh. What Alcyone? Alright, I know that came up there. Let's try it. Maybe was I on named stars? No. Nope. Alright, Alcyone. We'll slew over there. That should be just out of the reach of the trees. Because if we can get kind of targets up high into the south, then that's fantastic. And we got that there. All right, promising already. All right, I want to get over a little farther. Go up that way, and that should bring in Maya into the view there. M67. M67, we can keep that on the list for when we get to the Beehive cluster. M67 will be up at about 9 o'clock, 9:30. That'll be up above there. So when we check out the Beehive cluster, remember M67. We'll have a gander over there. Right. Where am I? Oh, I see where I went. I went the wrong way. If I could reorient. Okay, I want to go. I go back that way. Because this way, there's a few more stars in this field of view. There we go. That's who we want. Exactly. There we go. All right, we are framed up where we want to be. Get some interesting areas of this reflection nebula. And the Pleiades, it's a much larger target than what we can get in our view. We were at about 1,000 millimeters in focal length, and it's better to kind of have the Pleiades at a focal length at about 450 millimeters to kind of get the whole structure in there. You're looking for what? We are on the portion of the Pleiades at the moment. So what I like already is it's a short exposure, but what we're getting already right, the star colors. We're already seeing some nice star color coming through here, and that is with the wider the band pass, just the more accurate kind of colors you're gonna get. And we are using a one-shot color camera tonight, and that is because I am too impatient to wait for a monochrome camera to do its thing. Because there can be times when you just don't have. We're gonna go for a 3-minute image because it's very bright. These stars are incredibly bright. So, and also we have the full moon kind of looking down the barrel of the scope. So that's not going to do much good. It's !CMD. Command's just, I don't know why that directs you over there to stream elements. So the area of the night sky we are looking at right now is the Pleiades. This is kind of the view from my back garden here. And we are looking at this star cluster, this open cluster of stars here. I want the detailed one. All right. And that is kind of the field of view that we're expecting that we have with this scope. It won't get the whole open cluster, and however, what we should be able to see is some of these wispy clouds that the starlight is being reflected off of. And I'm hoping that our image is going to look a little nicer than the one that is in Stellarium. But I've shortened it down to a 3-minute exposure. Usually we do 5 or 10 minutes. I think we should be able to get some fairly decent detail coming out of this one. And guiding seems to be doing all right tonight. I'll let that pass. So usually you'd want to. I have another scope that would allow for the whole open cluster to be visible in one shot there, and it's one of the targets. It's better. It is kind of a little more beneficial to have that wider view. Kind of get all in there, but also at the same time with some of these targets that are better for wide field images, it's also interesting to kind of get up close and personal with them just to see some really cool details that normally kind of get lost in a wider field image because you're zooming in, you're just expanding the pixels, you're not getting any actual zoom kind of going on there. So we have just about 10 seconds left for that image. Let's see that one come through. I've also realized I've had the same music playing for the whole time. Let's switch that up. There, for starters, this is... Maybe I will go a little longer. We got the star color. We got that coming in there. We're starting to see some wispiness around there. I might... So let's exaggerate things a little bit here. Oh my god, those spikes, I got chills. These diffraction spikes tonight are looking absolutely phenomenal. Like, everything is really nice. At first, for the most part, I wasn't too much of a fan of diffraction spikes, but really once I got my own scope with a reflector telescope that offered up natural diffraction spikes, yeah, I like them. They're really cool. All right, so we don't have a lot of detail within the nebulosity. I was maybe a little I was underestimating the power here. So maybe we'll kind of we'll do a 5-minute exposure, or why not? This is lovely to look at, and there's some other interesting things to see. Let's go for the gold. Let's go for a full exposure time on here. We got plenty of time tonight for all this, so why not? Death by Muffin, how you doing? How are you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. I have to wait for diffraction spikes on my new 8-inch Newtonian when it gets here, along with many more clouds. Too many clouds. Like I said, my forecast is pants for the rest of the week. There's no more opportunities that are going to be presenting themselves at the moment. Once I got a quadruple diffraction spike from a normal reflector. Quadruple? That's what you had. Did you rotate the camera or something? Good, just chilling before some league. Cool. Glad to have you in here. How have you been? Haven't been able to, haven't really seen anybody around on the Warships streams. Work has kind of taken me out of leaving some podcast style streams going on during the day, so eventually things will kind of slow down. We're at a bit of a busy period, so. But yeah, always trying to pop in on other streams when I can. Yeah, not too bad. Had a shithouse week last week, but this one's looking better. Excellent. That's good to hear. There's always... I mean, they can't all be gold, right? We take it day by day, week by week. But in times like this, right now, we have clear skies, and I'm happy to be hanging out with you guys. Happy to see you guys in the chat here. And, you know, whether you're lurking, whether you're interacting, that's up to you. It's just, even if you're lurking in on the chat, that's support enough for me, and I appreciate that. I don't know what happened, but the glass in the Barlow somewhat diffracted the diffraction spikes, and it doubled. It only happened once, thank God. Did it look cool at least? Did it still look like it was alright? I was having some issues the other day when I was focusing. I was seeing double with the scope, and I was kind of worried something was out of alignment. It looked like a star drawing. This is just the traditional version there. Yeah, I was worried about mine, but tonight when I got everything set up and I was focusing on Capella, and that was like, everything was so steady. It was just nice and sharp and beautiful, and I really should have saved a picture of that as well, because that was a really nice set of diffraction spikes for the Batanoff mask. Yeah, sometimes bad weeks happen, but onwards and upwards. There we go. Let's just try to just we gotta keep our chin up. That's about as much as we can do right now. Yeah, we are doing a long exposure on this. We'll see how it turns out. I think that these diffraction spikes on the next image are probably going to be out of control, but we'll see how that goes. These are very, very bright stars in the Pleiades. These clusters, also known as the Seven Sisters and as Messier 45, It's a prominent object in the night sky, with a conspicuous place in ancient mythology. The cluster is among the nearest to Earth and is most obvious to the naked eye. Although only a handful are visible to the unaided eye, it contains hundreds of stars, some of them surrounded by swirls of nebulosity. And it's a nice little, even sometimes in the scope, not the scope, the security cam, we can see them. Let's see if I turn my, let me see if I can see them. That's it. No, it's a little too high up in the sky, but sometimes we can see the Pleiades in the which would be, this is the constellation of Taurus, and just out of frame would be the Pleiades. What did I click on? Oh, I do not need to launch the Polemaster app. I am polar aligned. We're good. Yeah, sometimes you can see the Pleiades up there when it's night, when it's darker and there's not a moon shining down into the camera and just washing everything out. Also, sometimes when the star is on edge of the field of view, I somehow only get a straight line spike, but it only happens when the star is very bright. Infrared the moon. I'm interested in how it looks. Be interesting. I mean, I have another a filter. It's called a moon filter, and it really just kind of tones down the contrast. I think it is just really just an IR block. Oh, what's going on with guiding? You know what's funny? It's hilarious, really. It is a laugh riot, if you ask me. Did I pick the star to guide on after I moved things around? I think I did. I think I did choose the star. Maybe I would have picked a little brighter one. Anyway, it's like guiding is going back. Going back where it should be, which is what we want. But yeah, hopefully what we can kind of see once this image is complete is that there's going to be a lot more of those wispy clouds within the Pleiades. So on clear, dark nights when the moon is absent, swirls of nebulosity are noticeable around some of the brighter stars, especially near Merope. Longer exposure photographs in rich field telescopes reveal that the Pleiades are embedded in nebulous material. The Pleiades nebulae are blue-colored, which indicates that they reflect the light from bright stars situated near or within them. The brightest of these nebulae, around Merope, were discovered in 1859 by Wilhelm Tempel at Venice, Italy, with a 4-inch refractor. We have an 8-inch refractor, or an 8-inch reflector telescope. So that is offering up a little bit of a better option there. Can you put IR on the security cam? No, it's not. It's not that fancy of a cam. You can't really get anything else on there at the moment. I mean, I guess if there was like maybe a film that kind of cut out the infrared, then maybe I could do a little bit there. But yeah, it's the whole thing can pan and tilt and move, and there's all sorts of things. I wouldn't want anything kind of dropping off on there. Although ideally, I probably would want to have maybe even an all-sky cam, really. I mean, most of it would be trees and rooftops, but... Or let's put an all-sky cam like on the roof. Then you can get a ladder. This is starting to cost a little bit more money than I thought. Alright, we have... We got just under 2 minutes. We got about a minute and a half. So this down here, that's the star Alcione, what we kind of started off on, and I slewed over to the wrong direction. But we, what's our camera at? We're at minus minus 10 degrees Celsius. That's about as cool as we want to go with this camera. But what I'm hoping to see is a lot more detail in the nebulosity around here. Did I switch the cam extreme? Well, yes, I did switch the security cam to the IR. Yes, that's right. I apologize. That's what we were talking about. I wonder how big of an octocopter you would need to attach a chainsaw. Like something out of a Bond movie. A chainsaw to get rid of the trees? I would want to have the whole. I would want to have the chainsaw and chipper all built in there. Just kind of get it all sorted out in one go. Or just like a giant chipper, you can kind of just go over top of the tree. I'm sure there's something like that exists for big industrial logging corporations. Oh, sorry, blinded everybody. Imagine a flying chainsaw, that's more like war equipment. Right. So we got some wonderful star color in here, but I think that moon might be aiding in washing things out. That's a little better. We can start to see that coming through. Let's get right up to the top here. That's a little better. You can see some of that reflection nebulae in there. The Big Zinc, how you doing? Welcome in. All right, we can see some of the clouds kind of coming down there as well. It's there. Try photographing serious. It would be like the spike would be the whole size of the sensor. It probably would be. We're currently looking at a portion of the Pleiades star cluster, and I was hoping for a little more detail to kind of come through there from the area of nebulosity, but at the same time, you know what, it looks pretty cool altogether. I mean, those diffraction spikes as well, they're beautiful. They're shining like little diamonds in the sky. What software am I using? This is the ASI Air. It is the Raspberry Pi controlled computer from ZWO, and I am controlling it with my laptop because I'm using the program BlueStacks as an Android emulator. Because usually you're going to control your ASI Air with your phone or your tablet, and that way you can kind of have a little more portability. However, I wasn't able to mirror my tablet screen on here, so I was able to control it all from here using another level of program, which has worked out really well for quite a while there. And yeah, aside from a few hiccups, I think it's just mainly with the Raspberry Pi unit itself. Everything on here has worked pretty much flawlessly. And it's been one of the least headachy items. Alright, so you can kind of see, I know it's I do have a lot of vignetting, and that is because this filter I'm using is designed for a DSLR, which clips in right in front of the sensor, whereas this one is a little farther out from the sensor on the camera. If you're using any filters with telescope to block out the moonlight, this is a Astronomic CLS XT clip filter that I have modified to fit into a 2-inch adapter for the filter wheel. Sorry, not the filter wheel, the filter drawer. And it generally kind of just cuts out a little bit of that, the middle area and the infrared and UV section of the visible spectrum. So we have a fairly wide band pass, but it's also not, there are probably a couple other filters I want to look at to add on to here, but for the most part, this works out fairly well as a broadband filter. And we haven't used it. I think this is actually probably the first time we've used it on the stream. I've taken some other images with it, but I've generally been imaging with our narrowband filter. Yeah, I'm happy with how that looks. That is pretty cool. Even the star colors are coming out. There's just more stars that you can actually see as well when you're imaging in broadband, because it does kind of you get a lot of muted areas with the broadband filter, or sorry, the narrowband filter. We'll save that one there. So that just in the middle of building a remote focuser, so I don't have to keep going out to correct it. Well, that's cool. I was looking into getting the ZWO EAF automatic filter, and I've heard interesting things about people's experiences with it. Yeah, I'm just kind of waiting to see if everything works out all right there. Smokelt, have a good stream. Hello. How are you doing tonight? So yeah, this is a portion of the Pleiades we've just imaged right now, and because we are at pretty much a full moon tonight, you know, there's a few targets that are going to be out of reach at the moment, and a lot of them are almost right in the way. That moon is right in the way of a lot of our targets there, but we're going to take a look at some other areas of the night sky while we can. And it's a little difficult to pick out to the west because I have trees. Trees are blocking the view. And it costs way too much to get them cut down at this point. Finally processed the data from the telescope in Australia I rented, and that close-up on the rosette, but HA is the blue channel for some Galactic Hunter inspiration. I did like how that horse head in Orion looked from Galactic Hunter. That was really, really cool. Alright, what do we have? In this area, there is Struve's Lost Nebula, or Hind's Variable Nebula. Let's give that a whirl. We tried that before, and that didn't turn out too well because we were using a broadband or a narrowband filter. What do I think about Oumuamua? It was an interstellar asteroid that passed through, and really that's going to be about it. I mean, everybody is so desperate for that thing to be alien technology, but you know, we are not significant enough for any aliens to be looking at us. I think it's also, again, it's another one of those things that is that, you know, we're getting the information and research done in real time, and the thing about science is that that answer is always going to keep changing. Because, you know, first it was an asteroid, then it was a comet, and it's back to an asteroid. And I think because of that switch up between its composition is that people were thinking, oh, well, maybe it's something different now. If it was this, but then it's this. So, yeah, it's an awesome bit of interstellar remnants that flew through. We were happy. We were very lucky to catch it when we did. All right, I'm going to take a quick jump over to NGC 1555, and we'll see how that looks in here, because it is another reflection nebula there. It's maybe live stream on the Mars rover mission. That is due to land in a couple of weeks, is it not? For the Perseverance. Also, I cannot stream the SN9 test launch. I should probably put it on somewhere so I can keep an eye on that. Yeah, I can't broadcast that from what they're doing. I know Das Valdez is streaming it because, well, he can. And I imagine EJ is streaming that as well because he can. But I would like to try to catch it when it does get, if it hasn't already launched. Alright, this target is fairly close to the Pleiades. Again, it's another reflection nebula, Hines Variable Nebula. We did try for it before. We were using that narrowband filter, so it wasn't the best equipment to use. February 18th. Alright, so yeah, under a month. SN9 is at pad closeout, so still a bit away from launch. Alright. Thank you for that update. Appreciate that. Alright, we are in the area of Hines Variable Nebula. That is HIND''S, not the ketchup. This was discovered in 1852. We'll give it a go. We'll see how it looks. I mean, it looks nice and well-processed images. So let's see what we can pull out of this here. And let's also get a better start to guide on. Just because this thing is staring into the moonlight, we want to be able to have a decent star rolling through. It should be fine. We'll wait for that to settle down. Whoa. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's kind of weird that we had a plane fly through. Excuse me. That's a bit of a weird flight path. I don't usually see that. That showed up really, really quick, too. Huh. It looks like we had an airplane fly right through our guide cam's field of view with no recording going on of that. Alright, let's get back on this target. We have our star. Happily guiding. So I usually keep it on the color to be able to see any clouds rolling through. And that way, we're able to... I can see, like, it's harder to see the clouds this way than in the infrared, but at least it's a nice clear night, so we can definitely see the stars a little better. No clouds while you're in chat. Alright, so we're imaging Hind's Variable Nebula. It's a reflection nebula located in the constellation Taurus near the famous star, whatever T is in Latin, Tauri. I had the Greek alphabet up somewhere. I don't remember where the deuce it went. So the nebula that we are going to be imaging right now, it was discovered in 1852. Apparently, it was an easier object to view in the mid 1800s, and is currently a very tough visual target, and more likely because of light pollution. It appears as an extremely faint haze on the west or southwest side, and in the direction of a 14 magnitude star to the west. The hint of nebulosity appears on the as an arc on photographs. So we'll see if we can kind of capture that little bit of nebulosity in there. Because, like I said before, we had imaged this. So we have imaged this target in the past, but it was with the narrowband filter, and it was cutting out way too much of the light coming through there. So we figured we'll kind of look back at some other targets. It would be better if there wasn't a full moon in our face, but we'll also go back over to the moon and have a look at that, because it's always nice to look at the moon in greater detail than just kind of standing down on the surface of the Earth with our naked eyes and looking at you can see, it's easy to see the features on the moon, but when you kind of get up close and personal with it, you can see many of the tinier craters. And although I see tiny craters, some of them can still be about 100 miles in diameter. But we also have a few new followers. As I rounded out the stream on the other night, we had a follower, VibeHave 331, Richard Laser. Or is that downloadable content Clazer? Or Dick Laser? Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. How are you doing tonight? Glad you found me. Well, hey, glad you came in here. We are currently imaging outer space. We're on the moon. We'll be on the moon a little later there. But we are currently looking at a very faint reflection nebula, which is about 550 light years away from us. So it's relatively close, astronomically speaking. But it's also a tiny bit of nebulosity, whereas the Orion Nebula, which is 1,300 light years away, is much larger. He's Electronic Arts Laser with additional costs. Yeah, Electronic Arts really likes to they get you for as much as possible. I mean, I was playing Star Wars Battlefront 2 the other weekend, and easily resisted getting any of the extra bits for that there. Just kind of running through the main story on that. It's kind of cool. I like how it kind of intertwines with the trilogy. I hate pay-to-win games. Me too. We were saying before on the previous stream how video games have changed drastically, where if it wasn't at least a 40-hour gameplay time that you were looking to complete a game, was it worth your time playing? You know, now some games are developed to be able to be finished in like a couple hours. And now it's, or maybe just within a few hours. Oh yeah, it seems that we somehow have less time on our hands to be sitting there playing games, but a lot of battle royale games seems to be the popular one. Yeah, at the same time, there are some games that are, it's nice to also be able to kind of get into a game really quick with your friends, play around, whether you win or lose, you're out of that lobby into a new one. So, but at the same time, it is nice to kind of get a really good story in a game as well and really get into it, because it seems sometimes that the story is almost an afterthought in a few games. Rather, it's just bang bang, shoot 'em up, pay this much money for a skin that doesn't do anything other than look cool. I want my content to have content to it. It's got to have some chutzpah mixed in there. If I get a skin of the Joker or something like that, I want him to be able to do other things that other ones can't. There's an advantage of it, Pull a giant mallet out of your back pocket and have a better chance of killing Batman, Pure looks and no function, just like astrophotography. Alright, what do we have? We have 3 minutes to go on this image there. Guiding is holding up really, really well. This is, the image I'm looking at right now of what the example of the nebula is, that's hours worth of exposures. We're going for a 10-minute exposure on this one. And it's kind of this area here that we're expected to... Yeah, this area in here where we're looking to see any kind of detail. Something, a little bit. Just like a wisp of nebulosity, maybe, would be nice to see in here, other than, maybe just a few bright stars and some lovely diffraction spikes. But yes, after we had a new follower, we also have a few other followers. Lighthouse Flame has joined the observatory. Bexinus. No pudding for Roger. I feel bad for Roger now. Durfshaya. And we have the downloadable content laser. Welcome into the observatory. Glad to have you guys in here with us. We are currently imaging the Heinz Variable Nebula, and in 1868, Struve reported nebulosity around the nearby 14th magnitude star, which was verified by another great visual observer, D'Arrest, and catalogued as NGC 1554. Observations later, a decade later, and current photographs show nothing at this position. Hence, NGC 1554 is known as Struve's Lost Nebula. So we have, I don't know, the atmosphere above my area is kind of weird, all clear but terrible seeing. Theta Tauri? There we go, that's gotta be it. So Theta Tauri is the famous variable star at the center of this nebula. Embedded in dust and gas, it's the prototype for a class of very young stars that have just recently emerged from the dense dust and gas cocoons in which they are formed. Dr. Harold Corwin describes the complex as consisting of reflection nebulae created as thick dust clouds near the star move about, mostly casting shadows, but occasionally letting shafts of sunlight out to illuminate the surrounding dense interstellar gas and dust. And we are done. And we have a little bit of nebulosity at the center. A tiny little bit of nebulosity at the center. Yeah, I agree. We're gonna go back to the moon. Alright, let's go in the other direction here. No, it's better for planetary nebulae. Yeah, well, you know, they can't all be gold. I wanted to give it a shot and see how it went, but yeah, that was not as wonderful as I was hoping it was going to be. Let's look back at the, what do we have here? Well, we do have, I mean, anything that we're kind of looking at towards the area of Orion is not going to net us a great view. Actually, let's check out M78. That's a much brighter reflection nebula in the Orion constellation, and that's bound to look better than this. Because Hind's Variable Nebula, or Struve's Lost Nebula, is now become Tom's Lost Nebula as well. So there's 10 minutes of imaging we're not going to get back. So yeah, let's check out M78. Let's see if that's within view. Or if the tree is going to be in the way. Alright, it's moved along the right ascension, but it still needs to do some... Or sorry, it's moved along the declination. Still needs to move on the right ascension. You can do it. Alright, let's cancel that. Let's see, where are we? It's definitely not it. There we go. I see no neighbor exhaust coming from the chimney. Did they buy more blankets, or hopefully they bought more blankets. Right, let's see if we are. You can see, yeah, they'll do good. All right. Yeah, we'll run with this one. We'll run with this. This is M78, also Casper the Friendly Ghost Nebula. All right, if we can see this, we can see M78. Can we go to Orion? If we can, I'm going over to Orion because, that's going to be a little more rewarding. But I do know we can go back to this one quicker. This is going to be this sits a little more towards the east, so we'll be able to come back to M78 in just a couple of minutes there. So we're going to quickly jump over to M42. Let's see. Do we have it? Do we have Orion tonight? Do we? Yes! Yes! All right. Live Orion. Let's give it a shot. Let's see how it looks. Because that core, that trapezium, is looking nice. Yes, it is. Tell your friends. Shout it out. Let people know that we are looking at Orion right now. We are looking at one of the coolest objects available to us. We don't really particularly need guiding. However, yeah, but that is looking. That's again, that's our test shot of 5 seconds that we're able to see this bright, beautiful nebula in the Orion constellation. In fact, I'm going to do a screenshot of that one because, as always, with a wonderful shot, we want to have something interested. I've invited Putzi. All right. That is cool. Speaking of which, I've been a bad friend. I haven't had his tab open. Don't let him know. Don't let him know. I've had your tab open the whole time, Putzi, I swear. This is the Orion Nebula. We're going to take a little bit longer shot. Let's go 30 seconds on this target. The Orion Nebula is about 1,300 light years away. It is the brightest nebula you can see with the naked eye. Naked. And it is an absolute sight to behold. But so bright that this is 5 seconds. This is just a 5-second image on here. Naked. So we're going to see a little more interesting pop out here in just a second. Yes! Come on, look at this. You don't need a lot of time on this target, and that's what makes it really, really beautiful. Is that there's so much nebulosity to see here. And I'm even going to start another. We're going to go a little longer because I'm going to ramble on about this target because it is absolutely gorgeous. This was like my first real target that I shot back in 2016-ish, around there, and I've been kind of chasing it ever since. And it wasn't until a couple weeks ago when we had a little bit of time on the Orion Nebula and didn't know if I was actually going to be able to see it. Now this is also imaging in a bit of a broadband filter. The last time it was narrowband. We're able to see a lot more stars in this image already. So that's going to be, I know I started off with 3-minute exposure. That might be a little long because we're definitely going to blow out that core section there, which always needs a little bit of finesse to be able to kind of get those details out of there. And even at 30 seconds, we're starting to get a little bright on that. But that core is called the trapezium. And its surface temperature in this area of each star is about 32,000 Kelvin, 5.5 times hotter than the sun. So these are young, hot stars in your area tonight that are in this stellar nursery that's forming this whole nebula. And like I said before, that a supernova remnant is much more violent and harsh looking with it's almost like angular edges. But within a stellar nursery, it's almost graceful in the way how everything is formed. Within a foot, I'm just in time for the oh shit nebula. Evening, how are you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. For those of you who are new to the channel, you're just coming in, I am Tom, I am the Astro Canuck, and we are currently looking at the Orion Nebula, one of the most beautiful targets that you can see with the naked eye, and even more gorgeous in an 8-inch telescope. Sam Shung, how are you doing? Lurking and working. Lurking. Good to see you in here. Fish and Chips, how are you? That is incredible. This is beautiful. I love this target so much. If we can spend more time on it, we would, but we have very limited time. We have 30 seconds to go before our 3-minute exposure comes through here. And that is going to look... I'm excited to see how that one comes out there. We got 10 seconds. Let's do an auto. In fact, no. Let's build up a little anticipation. We're going to reset. Straight out of the camera, it looks like this. Obviously, it's not that. It's rather whelming. There we go. So at 3 minutes, that core is really blown out. Now, if we do an auto stretch, we got more details. We're gonna blow out the core, but we want to see all that nebulosity, all that beautiful gas and dust, the emission from there. And that's why it makes it. It's a great target for beginners for astrophotography, but it's also a tough target to really nail, to get the details of the surrounding nebulosity, but also to make sure you don't overexpose that core section there. Space dust in the house! And the colors are beautiful. By the way, Dick Laser is a real person. Project manager for Voyager 2. I figured this stream would appreciate that. Proper spelling, Laser. Is that... Richard Laser. Richard P. Laser. Well then. You know, you get some kind of troll names, and whether or not it works out that way, hey. That is gorgeous. Also, yes, Dick Laser, Voyager 2 mission director. Then yes, I appreciate that, and even much more so than just the hilarious image of a Dick Laser. Yeah, that is that's tremendous. I could look at that one all night. How zoomed in can we get there before we start just losing details? I mean, even, yeah, okay, also the core is blown out, but we're still seeing, you can still see some gradient. Like, you can still see that very center amount of stars, they are kind of merged together. That's blown out, but overall there's still areas to tease out there. And you knew him. Well, hey, that's tremendous. That's a cool connection. Then, like I said before, that's a little better than a trollish name. It's been a weird day that I've seen on lots of streams. It's been an interesting one on Twitch today, but I think this is for me, this is even more. This is like the icing on the cake, and every other target for the rest of the night is going to be. Well, you remember the Orion Nebula a few hours ago? That was tremendous. You know, this one is starting to be. I've already collected a few different images now of the nebula, and we could probably even start to get a decent image kind of coming together. And what's also, and again, these aren't tremendously long exposures, so we aren't even amplifying any bit of noise in this image. So yeah, we can work to stack them up, build a bit of a high dynamic range image. But that is a tremendous target. We are kind of, we're kind of facing down a full moon as well at the moment. You know, we're fighting a 91% full moon, and this is like just out of reach for everything there. So really, really long exposures tonight just don't seem to be doing the trick. Oh yeah, what other little bits of information can we get on the Orion Nebula? Because even what we're looking at right now, it's still not that whole complex. There's still a lot more around it. There's still, the way how this, I could have framed it up a little differently, but it's also framed up this way for every other image that we've taken. So I'll use those together we'll build up something interesting. We'll see some cool image come out of there. Was this my first go-to mount? I started off, this is my first go-to equatorial mount. I started off with a Celestron 127 Nexstar Alt-Az mount, and that's where I got my first image of the Orion Nebula, and that was with this camera I'm using right now, and I had that ISO cranked up to 12,000 just to be able to see it up the back of the viewfinder from a 15-second image. And it wasn't exactly the it wasn't the best, but I made it work. And I think as one of my first Astro images, it was pretty cool. It was very interesting nebulous complex, because like I said, it works great for beginners and it works great for advanced astrophotographers, because there's so many levels of detail that you can kind of pull out of here. So I went from a go-to Alt-Az mount and then to a manual Skywatcher Star Adventurer mount, and that using a manual mount like that helped me better understand where objects are in the night sky. It kind of helped out with the amount of star hopping and trying to just see what's where and how to better frame up an object. Eventually I did want more out of a mount, so moving to the EQ6R Pro was, that's the mount we're using tonight. Looking at the you can see the scope is pointed. We're just about to hit the trees, so I'm going to do another exposure on here because we're saving these. But actually, what I wanted to do is see what a live image can look like. Rather than let's go over to our focus mode, and let's do 1 second exposures. See, I was so excited to see my first long exposure of Orion that I snapped a mobile pic of my camera display so I could gawk at it with my Canon continued image. I did the same thing too. I did the same thing. Pardon me. All right, guys. This is as live as possible that we can get of the Orion Nebula. I'm shooting, these are 1 second exposures. For all intent and purposes, this is a video of the core of Orion. This is awesome. Let's turn off the histogram. The images before we were looking at, those were long exposure images, 30 seconds and 3 minutes, but this is live. This is awesome. This is amazing. This is how bright this nebula is, that we are picking it up. We are picking it up with the ASI 533 in color with a broadband filter. And this is like I said, this is what is live. Astro Jav, how you doing? Nice to see another astrophotography stream on Twitch. Hey, good to have you in here. Who else do you say another? Do you do it as well? Or do you watch someone else? Be interested to see that. Imagine under Bortle 1, that would be ridiculous. I'm in a Bortle 5. We have a full moon as well. Actually, my tracking is wrong too. You can see it moving too much. Back to sidereal. Let's make this even better. But yeah, this is a live view of the trapezium cluster in the Orion Nebula. That is insane. That is. If you were to look at this through a telescope, and kind of depending on your aperture, you're going to see more of a kind of a fuzzy gray hue. You're going to see these stars. These are the brightest stars in that area, and that helps you also frame things up as well in your DSLR. But yeah, to look at it with the unaided eye. Yeah, let's go even closer. There's a previous shot of the moon. You basically can't image only the stars because the nebula is so bright. Indeed, it's a very, very bright area. Let's play with the histogram a bit. Without blowing out these stars. you know, this section right here is a little brighter because there's one star and then there's another star just beside that one. But we are looking right at the core. There's also Econ Greg. Econ Greg is my inspiration. He's the man who got me started into sharing the night sky as well. Clear Skies Network. Dustin Gibson and Tony Darnell's little project, which is fantastic. You're an astrophotographer yourself, equipped with an ASI 294, an Esprit 100. I'm debating, do I do a 100 or a 120? And a EQ6R Pro mount. We are using an EQ6R Pro as well. I am controlling this all with the ASI Air. The Explore Scientific Star Party is on Tuesday nights as well. It's cool seeing them a little more active as well on seeing Explore Scientific do a lot more live streams. That's really cool to see. But yeah, we are currently looking at the Trapezium cluster in the core of the Orion Nebula as a live image. I'm freaking out over this. I didn't know how it was going to look. I didn't know if it was possible to really see that there. Your Instagram is AstroJav. Alright, I will check that one out. Yeah, I do catch them when I can. I do see Astrobeard. I do see you in there as well. Yeah, if this could be like the whole night, and this is the only part of a stream that we look at. I think we might be starting to go behind the tree a little bit. But this is really cool. 1 second exposures of the core. Alright, buffer. Stop buffering. Get back to work. Well, the worst part is I started this stream pretty much immediately after work, and I am 1 coffee in. I don't really want to move away from this target. In fact, what I'm probably going to do is put up a little small BRB screen, because I do require the facilities. So let's just go to show you that the Orion Nebula is so exciting, it might make you pee your pants. He says, drinking more water and coffee. Biological break. I think it's going to have to be. I'm gonna. Where is my BRB screen? There we go. Let's copy those. And oh, I do have a BRB. All right. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll BRB. We are, if anybody comes in and says, what the hell is going on? Tell them this is a live image of a nebula 1,300 light years away. And we are looking at the core of this stellar nursery. So yeah, I might mute this, and I will be right back, guys, because this is absolutely tremendous. We'll, looks like no-go on SN9. Oh, boy. Okay, type it in the chat. Let me know what has happened with why the mission is no-go for today. Greetings! Thanks for sticking around. For those of you new to the channel, I am Tom, I am the Astro Canuck, and currently we are staring at the heart of the Orion Nebula. This is a live shot, or about as live as you can get. These are 1 second exposures, which is this is live video enough. We're looking at a object, the core that is 1,400 light years away. M42, the Orion Nebula, in the constellation of Orion. Just got a scrub notice for the launch. All right, catch up on chat here. Astro Jab, if I missed, thanking you for following the channel, for joining in the observatory. I apologize on that, but thank you very much for the follow. Glad to have you in here. And I am also just going to drop a follow on Instagram for you. Yeah, no launch. Winds prohibited. All right. Shooting my darks library, currently 60s, 90s, 120s at a gain of 121. Yeah, the lack of amp glow on the 533. There we go. Those are some very, very lovely images. And that's all with the Esprit. Oh, you also gotta explore Scientific 102. Excellent. Alright, I'll creep your Instagram page in depth a little later there. Okay, very nice looking images. But yes, yeah, no amp glow on this camera. And that is what ultimately, I had the 294 in my hand and the ASI Air, and I was going to get them together. And then, I don't know, I held off on the camera because I ended up just being, the discount at the astronomy show wasn't fantastic. It was like 10%. I wasn't, it was alright, but you know, 10% isn't a whole much kind of knock off an image or off of a product. But yeah, it was following the advice of Quiv the Lazy Geek and Astrophotography, who usually pops in the chat every now and then. It was their reviews on the ASI 533 that ultimately sold me on this camera, and I did end up picking up Astrophotography's demo camera that he reviewed. I went back and picked that up at a decent price. So even at full price for this camera, totally worth it. And yeah, I'm using this image right now as the example of how worth it this camera is. Now I know we're gonna go to over to M78 because I am using a broadband filter. But at the same time, I don't want, when we leave the Orion Nebula on this for this shot, that's it. This isn't being recorded other than what is on the VOD. You can't really record the video on the original ASI Air. It just doesn't allow you to do that. And our guiding, there we go. We're losing our star, and that is because we're going into the trees. Yeah, that's we're starting to look over into the trees there. This exposure time currently, these are 1 second shots. Guiding, we're going at 2 seconds. But yeah, so we're kind of into these trees over here. So what I'm going to do is we'll quickly nip over to the Horsehead Nebula, because why not? We'll get a couple images of that. And you know, we have a couple of shots of the Orion Nebula, which is great, but I think this is like Christmas in January. It's like Christmas year round for this shot. Like maybe if we move up to 2 second exposures, how much more do we start to see? At what point do we start to have this the core blow out there? I mean, that's true. Okay, there we go. 5 second exposures there. Please copy and paste the link. I showed this to Putsy if he ever wants to do astrophotography to buy. All right, there we go. 5 seconds on there. You sunk my battleship? Why his stream keeps buffering on this end here. I don't know what's up with that. Yeah, here we go. 5-second exposures on the Orion Nebula. Let's darken that up just a bit. Back that off a tiny little. Five seconds is kind of cool. It's just that it doesn't have that that same feeling of saying here are 1 second exposures. Although still for 5 seconds, 5-second exposures. Looking at this ridiculously close up. That is cool. I only showed him what we want to buy but can't afford. It's true. Was it that $12,000 or the $12,000 lens? To Central. Hello. How are you? Live images. Yes, you know this is about as live as we can get as well. These are 5-second exposures on the Orion Nebula. Like, how awesome is that? So whenever I'm using the focus mode on the ASI Air, and it's generally the focus mode where you are going to be looking at your stars to get your focus. It's quick exposures, but yeah, it's the ASI Air Pro can run video. You can take video and record it like that. But the first version, this is my workaround. So when we hop over to the moon, we'll be able to kind of get live images of the moon as well. And yeah, so when it's in focus mode, it cuts it down from. It's kind of almost binning the image. We're just kind of focusing on just the smaller center area of the sensor. All right, I did copy and paste that link. But it came up as a reference to a Simpsons clip. The "You sunk my battleship." Right. Are you sure the whole link? It did. DM me in Discord, and I'll open that one there. The links always come up so weird in Twitch. Okay, I mean 5-second exposures on here. I don't want to leave this constellation. You know, we're looking at a live image of the Orion Nebula right now. Of the core of the Orion Nebula. Like, how awesome is that? Bump that up a little bit there. You know, these are the colors being registered on the camera. If you're looking at it with your eyes, it's more of a kind of a grayish, tonal, smudgy, because you know our eyes aren't anywhere near as efficient as a camera. What does binning mean? It's better for a mono camera, but what it does, it just kind of creates. You know, the pixels will merge together to be a much larger pixel, and you'll end up with a bit of a smaller resolution, but like more like say if you're doing planetary, and we look at the planet with a camera at regular resolution. You know, when you're doing binning, then it kind of cuts it in half almost, and that way that image, it makes the pixels larger. You get a larger image of the planet. So you can do binning with a color camera, but it doesn't work that well. It doesn't. It's better with a monochrome camera. Is Orion behind the trees? It's starting to get behind the trees, although it's nice and bright. I mean, we're still getting images coming through. I am currently using the astronomic clip filter, which was designed for my DSLR camera, and I have now put it in a 2-inch filter adapter, which I have in my filter drawer out in the scope there. So that is just in front of the camera is a Altair Astro filter drawer, and it does cause a little bit of vignetting on because it is it's not like a full 2-inch sized filter that's on there. So I am looking to get a different light pollution filter, more of a broadband light pollution filter. Either there's one from Optolong, or there is another Skytech filter, which kind of lets through a lot more light as well, just cutting out very thin areas of light pollution. But yeah, that is really decent coming through there with a 92% full moon. A filter slide. It is a little drawer that I have. I can pull it out. I can swap the filter, just plunk it back in there. But I am considering getting a filter wheel so that we can have, and I also need an automatic focuser as well, but so we can, when we're doing these night sessions, if I have the one filter in there, I don't really go out back and forth during the live sessions to switch out the filter or come back. So what I do want to get eventually down the line is to have a filter wheel with the automatic focuser and at least 3 different filters. So we have our tri-band filter for so we can get our color images. I want a broadband filter, light pollution filter, and maybe like an HA filter to kind of start off with. And that way we can be a little more dynamic in the targets that we're picking, because, you know, looking at the area of Orion, there are reflection and emission nebulae in the area. So at least that way we can pick and choose what images we're looking at throughout the night. That way we're not just, you know, almost not so much that we're handcuffed on doing just galaxies or just reflector or just emission nebulae. Just try and be as dynamic as possible there. So while we have Orion in our sights, I'm regrettably going to have to move away from this target, because there are other things to see, which is awesome as this is. I will definitely I'll even just upload this little section to my YouTube channel as like the most amazing section ever. Being able to look at a nebula live. You know, I say when we're doing like live astrophotography, I'm taking these images, we're doing like 5-10 minute exposures, and then we're seeing them come through, but this is about as live can be for the images. And a nebula, no less. Quark Mark! Mark, how are you doing, sir? Thank you so much for the radio today. No worries. Hey, happy to pass along the love to you, man. Just out there sharing the night sky and interrupting your Minecraft stream as well. Pushed me to the impromptu presentation. I think that was a tremendous presentation. That was absolutely amazing. That was very thorough, very informative. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I didn't mean to kick you into astrophotography mode. It's fine to be playing Minecraft. This is a live view of the Orion Nebula right now. Actually, let me go back to that because you're in here. I want to share this with you. What we were doing just a couple of minutes ago. Now these are 1 second exposures on Orion. Like, how awesome is that? We're seeing this nebula live. You know, it's not just we're not doing like we're not doing 30-second exposures. This is the ASI 533. Like, we're kind of starting to go behind a tree. So technically what I am doing, yeah, it's electronic assisted astronomy. And you guys are witnessing this. I think it's absolutely incredible that we're getting these images. Relatively new, EAA, an often misunderstood pastime, one that lies somewhere in the continuum between strict visual observing and hardcore astrophotography. Simply put, EAA allows you to see what otherwise would not be possible to be seen with an eyepiece alone. It's an ideal way to complement purely visual observing, and it's perfect for stargazers who don't have the visual acuity or patience. Patience? Eh, I do not. Visual patience to look through an eyepiece. That is a perfect explanation. That is tremendous. But yeah. A live nebula, come on! This is I know I said we were going over the Horsehead Nebula. I'm excited for this. This is going down as one of the highlights of the month. And I don't even have an official tally. This is just me saying, here's the highlight of the month. Here's the highlight of the here's the image of the night. This is like the image of the year for me right now. You know, we're kind of cheating with the ASI Air. This is the focus mode. This is just for when you have your batten-off mask in front of your scope. You know, this is the... I don't know. I would say this is like astronomy on easy mode almost, but with a whole lot of tech that's allowing me to do this and share this core of the Orion Nebula with you guys. And I know I wanted to say I was going to go over the Horsehead Nebula, but holy smokes. Yeah, for those of you who are not following Mark, he does astrophotography as well. He shares the images of the night sky live. So yeah, give him a follow with a great write-up there on the trapezium cluster. A relatively young cluster that is formed directly out of the parent nebula. The 5 brightest stars are in order of 15 to 30 solar masses in size. They are within a diameter of 1.5 light years each from each other, and are responsible for much of the illumination of the surrounding nebula. The trapezium may be a subcomponent of the larger Orion Nebula cluster, a grouping of about 2,000 stars within a diameter of 20 light years. Hey, you know, it is fantastic to see more people doing astrophotography, more people doing things other than just video games. You know, I think the way how the breadth of did it? Oh. Alright. Someone clip that? But yeah, to be able to kind of expand beyond what Twitch started off as. You know, it started off as Justin TV. And it was just people streaming television programs from around the world. And then it eventually kind of merged into this this platform for people just streaming some video games. And now there's so many different topics and different streamers that are doing some incredible things on here. And it's being able to have this different community to find something else that you have in common and just yeah, just jump around from channel to channel, the community, and like seeing friends all around there, which is really cool to kind of go into a channel you wouldn't really watch, and all of a sudden you say, hey, here's 5 other people who I've seen in these other channels. Honestly, all my gamer friends love the extra type of streaming we do. I think this is tremendous. Like I said before, Econ Greg was my inspiration for getting into this, and it wasn't until I had the kind of idea to do this at the beginning of the first lockdown back in April in the UK, and I don't know what, it just didn't feel like it was the right time, and it took a while to kind of get into the groove of things, and it wasn't until October when we started doing this, and I haven't regretted hitting that start stream button one bit. This has been an incredible journey that we've been on here. And do I have a focal reducer? I do. I have a 0.6 focal reducer on here. Originally it was for my refractor scope, but I just tried popping it in the back of the scope that first night. I got everything together and it worked. So we have we're at 980 millimeters in focal length and down to about f4.8 on this. And I'm dabbling with streaming my high temperature 3D printer build. Now I have to tell my wife I need a proper telescope. It's for the people, My light pollution situation is Bortle 5, possibly borderline 6. The only real benefit is that the lights, I'm still enamored by the Orion Nebula. The street lights do turn off at 1 in the morning, so that does improve the quality of the images until sunrise. So that's not too bad. There you go. It's easier to justify if you have kids you need to educate. That's it. Pardon me. All right. Check out that clip. TN4Twee. How are you doing? Hello, hello, hello. To give an orientation on that image, which is Aldebaran, Aldebaran would be a lot more south. We are looking right into the core of the Orion Nebula. Sorry, it's not to the south, it's more to the north. We are right here. This is where we are. All right, Quark Mark. Mark, thank you very much for the lurk. Appreciate that. Good to see you in here. Back to work. Happy to have you come into the stream. And yeah, like I said, for those of you guys, if you are you want some more astrophotography and some more fun as well, check out Mark's stream. There's some fun stuff over there too. So yes, Aldebaran is way up here. We are currently right into the core of the... Holy smokes! Dude, Mark, thank you so much. 3 months for a tier 1 in advance. I appreciate that. Dude, thank you so much. You're way too kind, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that immensely. 3 months in advance. That's tremendous. Thank you. Right, so we are on the core of the Orion Nebula. That is just blazing by. So yeah, Aldebaran is much farther towards the towards like the northwest. And we are really starting to lose Orion out of there. Right, and internet. Yeah, we are really close up. This is a live down there. It's a live view of Orion. And usually when I kind of say live astrophotography, you know, we're taking images and they're longer exposures, but this nebula is so darn bright that we are able to see this thing live. And here's the clip of that satellite rolling through there. That is really cool. You just see it kind of come up right about here. There we go. That's even cooler too. That's it. Awesome stuff happens when you start filming live. Yeah, so I'm I don't really want to move away from this target. We're back to our live shot of the Orion Nebula. And yeah, I don't want to move away from this because this is one of the brighter nebulas that you can see with the naked eye. I'm going to bump up that histogram a little bit so we can see a little more detail. We're doing 1 second exposures on this, but it's starting to go behind the tree. Everything is getting a little elongated, so we're going to move on to another target. But yeah, this is like the most exciting. I don't know, how long have we been on this target now? Like almost an hour, it feels like. But yeah, let's see if we can quickly jump over to the Horsehead Nebula, IC434. This is why I want to learn astrophotography. This is also the first time I've ever done this kind of live image right now of a nebula. We've done the moon. We're going to go over to the moon in a little bit. Sorry, Lux, I did see that you mentioned about Andromeda being in the west. That is going to be a little too far to the west for me. But I might be able to get the Triangulum Galaxy. I'll give that. We'll check that in a bit. But there's just so much in here. Okay, we're gonna jump over to the Horsehead Nebula. I mean, this part of the VOD, I'm gonna clip this whole section and highlight that because this is absolutely incredible to see a live nebula. You know, we're 1,400 light years away from this area. This is the. I'll jump back out. We'll do a quick exposure of Orion and. Let me stop this clip. That is cool. That is very cool. Definitely going to save that. Right, we'll come back over to Orion. Stop this exposure. We've lost our guide star essentially, so let's just do 10 seconds on here. Because that's really all we're going to be able to get. But that was the core, and once this exposure comes through, we'll see that whole complex, and then we'll quickly jump over to the Horsehead Nebula. So we'll have a few scant seconds on that there. But yeah, that's oops, my apologies. There's the larger version. There's some trees that are in the way. But yeah, I mean, also for the most part, astrophotography is about as difficult as you want to make it. easily you can start out with just kind of pointing your mobile phone up at the sky, kind of resting it against something sturdy, taking a 30-second exposure, and you're doing astrophotography right there. The setup that we have that we're running tonight is a little bit more intensive with equipment. It looks, cabling aside, it looks like there's a lot to it, but the main important thing is that you have a guide scope to be able to look after your guide star, and usually you can get away with the DSLR camera. I'm using an astronomy dedicated camera, and that is the ZWO ASI 533. It's a square size sensor, so that is why when we are looking at these images, it's square. It's not like the widescreen format. It was a weird sensor size to kind of see them throw in there, and I was really reluctant to purchase this camera because it's a square sensor. I'm thinking, well, we're so used to the wide field kind of images there, so why do I want to go back to like the old style TVs, But I haven't not looked back one bit. Let's see if we can get over to the Horsehead Nebula really quick, and then we'll go over to the M78 as well. We'll try to get a quick shot on that. You were saying something about 30 seconds. I was spamming Bella Nasima in Putsy's stream. I was saying maybe about 30 seconds on the Horsehead Nebula. We're probably not going to get that much time, because it is fairly close. We've done the Horsehead Nebula. Let's go over to the Flame Nebula, NGC 2024. Owl Attack is going to be in the shot, so we'll see how that turns out. Although the benefit. All right, let me get over to the Flame Nebula, and I will mention about what. See if we're in a spot here. All right, target is centered. We're on the Flame Nebula. There is All in Attack. Now, what we've the other filter, the narrowband filter, we have that big coma, that halo around the stars. It's not as it's not as prominent in this camera. Or it's not this camera, apologies, this filter. It has to do with pretty much like the O3 area of the filter. It produces these comas, which is really, really weird. And that's what I would say is the downside of that tri-band filter that we use. And other than that, everything else is fantastic with the images that it produces. But there is that coma that comes around the stars. Now you'll see a bit of a different pattern as well here. Let's go. The Flame Nebula is kind of dim. Let's try 5 minutes on it there. See if we have enough time. I have some nice stuff which I've built up since March, but I'm still shielding, so I've not been able to use it yet. I've pretty much been kind of doing the same. I haven't, I've been getting my groceries delivered. Not to get too much into things, but yeah, I have to shield as well in my house. So yeah, it's just being able to be out in the back garden with the equipment and just being able to do this has been very, very therapeutic and very, not even so much a form of catharsis or anything like that, but just to be able to hang out with you guys in this capacity has been really beneficial. The guiding kind of stinks at the moment. Like I said, only 5 minutes. We'll see how well of an image we can get there. I don't know if it's going to go into the trees, but hey, why not? You've never seen the 4 stars in the center. That's amazing. It is so bright. Like, we only needed those few seconds to get that core of Orion. Those stars are 5.5 times hotter than our sun, each of them, and they are within a few light years of each other. So that kind of proximity with those stars just makes it so bright, and that's what helps really illuminate that nebula. and you can see it with the naked eye. And when you're looking at the belt of Orion, you can see that little kind of bright smudge down like the lower left or the upper right, depending on which hemisphere you're in. And it's just an incredible sight to see, and just being able to look at that live was absolutely incredible. And can't really save those images because that's not what this ASI Air can do at the moment. So yeah, it's really, really cool. So we're just waiting for that to come through there. I am using you're in the UK, you have disability, which means you got COVID, you could die, and so you have to stay in. Very similar, yeah. I am in the UK as well. I'm in the east of England. And yes, I'm using BlueStacks to control the ASI Air. We need some expensive points rewards. We have the TGIF. I'm still working on some stuff. There's still some more ideas percolating. It's been a busy week at work. Oh, I say it's a busy week. It's been a busy Monday. Oh my god. And even the weekend was a little hectic. You don't have a garden, so this is as close as you can get with for a while. So, well, every night that we have clear skies, we'll be doing this. We'll be sharing the night sky with you guys whenever there are clouds, which is, well, if you're in the UK, they can be plentiful. But as well, we'll do some image processing. And like tonight, I'm going once the M51, the Whirlpool Galaxy, is high enough in the sky, we'll start imaging that, and I'm going to try to get as much time on that target as possible. So we're going to have an image to work on for a rainy day astronomy session that is, with this camera and this session that we've kind of essentially saved this target on there. And we have a minute left in our image. It's not looking too bad for the guiding. We're probably slowly starting to run into the trees, but we'll see if we can kind of catch the Flame Nebula in 5 minutes of worth of an exposure there. So yeah, I got clear skies kind of forecast for most of the night, if not right up until about maybe 4 in the morning. So I figured this through. What time are we? What are we doing for time right now? Live 2.5 hours. Not too bad. There's probably maybe another 2 hours worth of imaging time for sure, because there are tons of targets to be able to look at. We're going to go over to the moon shortly once we do the Horsehead Nebula, and then we're going to do M78, and that will pretty much bring us out of Orion. Now, probably... No, there's more to it. There's more options. $10 secs. I can offer you 4, maybe. All right. Let's see. Oh, we got trees. Look at yes, we have nice diffraction spikes, but there's G4, your ears perked up with that. All right, yeah, we're running into the trees there. All sorts of... Hey, I'm not going to complain about that. I'll complain a little bit, but at least we have the structure of the flame. The Horsehead, I know you can't see it in here. No, it's just enough out of frame there. But yeah, okay, we're kind of running through the trees. We got Alnitak, which is Zeta Orionis, and that is incredibly bright. And the Flame Nebula is a bit of a a delicate target as well. And this is actually the first time we've actually imaged the Flame Nebula. We've gone over to the Horsehead Nebula and, got a shot of that. Oh boy. Let's drag that in a little more. Can we get some... any kind of decent detail in there? That's not too bad. We'll save that screenshot. We'll give it a PD screenshot. We're going to quickly go over to M78. We're going to go over to a reflection nebula. It's a bit of a quick tour of the Orion constellation because we spent so long on the Orion Nebula, looking at that one live. Oh. Alright, let's go over to... it's not too far from here, so it's a quick... quick little slew. We are kind of facing down a full moon. Let's see. No. How about you? You? Is it looking hazy around the moon? Are we getting some light cloud rolling through? Is that ruining our night? Come on, come back. That looks like there's some cloud rolling in. Or it may just be the tree. I think we're actually probably looking through a tree. Alright, we're gonna do a quick exposure on this one. I don't think we have much of Orion left that is kind of starting to go through the trees there. Because somebody was just so in love with the Orion Nebula. I'm not gonna say who. Ah, yes, the link for the telescope. Oh, well, that's not too bad. You can relate to the washed out sky. Hopefully we don't have any clouds kind of rolling in. It's just the... This is what you had sent over? We had Putzi looking at? That is a hefty chunk of change for that scope. Bloody thing costs more than my house. A big, beautiful telescope. Yes, yes it is. For free shipping, why not? That's a steal. But honey, there was free shipping. (800mm) aperture, 3 meters of focal length, f3.8 though. That's pretty sweet. There we go. Try explaining that one, right? Maybe we'll start like a giant joint GoFundMe. They just bake in. Oh, they Shipping's included. They must install this for you as well, and make you lunch, and pop a roast in the oven for you. All right, there is our quick shot of M78, and yeah, that's we're into the trees. This is that one's a little rubbish. All right, let's go back over to the moon for a bit. Let's do that. Excuse me. We have some time in the moon. The moon is up nice and high. Actually, that's all right. Smash that buy button. Yes, the mount for this is Celestron CG XXXXXXXL. That's true. After arguing with the wife, end up under the stars anyway. Nope, cancel. All right. Do we have the moon in our sights? We do. Hello, moon. The key is not having a life. That's it. You can't get in shit. There you go. This is a very quick shot of the moon. If I have an exposure that's any longer, it really gets washed out. So we got 1/100th of a second. Yeah, a little more detail, but yeah, we can't get any because I'm using the broadband filter. Pardon me. It's 0.05 is going to be too long of an exposure. Here goes 0.001. Oh, actually, maybe. You know, I leave it on auto. Yeah, let's go for. You try that again. So we're doing just quick snaps of the moon right now before we kind of move over to. No, even then, that is right out. Lunar tracking, thank you. Thank you. Keep that on target. Let's go back to that there. Yeah, with the preview mode, that's about as fast as I can go. Yeah, for a very quick exposure of the moon. I mean, we'll switch over to the live view in a second there. But it is, you know, to be able to look at at these features of the moon without any atmospheric disturbance, pardon me, is pretty darn satisfying. And this has been sharper than a lot of my other moon images as well, because we are just dealing with 2 mirrors before it gets into our camera lens, our camera sensor. You know, so much so, in fact, let's can't take video, but let me see if I can do like a quick auto run session. And I don't know, let's do... Actually, no, those are going to take up a lot of space. Do I even have the space on here at the moment? Hang on. What is... How much space do I have on the air? Cancel that. Back. I have 200 megabytes. Let's see if I can get rid of a session. The footage, that's all that footage is just video. There's nothing being saved when we're looking at the live view stuff. If I can get at least a few hundred megabytes off of there. There we go. That's M57. Hold on, how much are you? There's 72 megabytes. 10 files now. Need a few more. So I'm not even deleting them, I just put them on the drop on the desktop for now. Alright. Clearing off a tiny bit of space on the ASIR so we're gonna take a few images of the moon. This is not a very interesting image for you guys to be looking at the moment. It's yes, that framing, sorry, yes, I do like how that... We're at, like I said, at 980 millimeters, and the native focal length of this scope is 1600 millimeters. So it is, yeah, it frames up really nice. At my older scope, with this camera, it was an APS-C size sensor. It was 1500 millimeters, and that thing the moon just fit nicely within the whole frame there. And had we had the just a 1-to-1. Well, you don't even need a flattener for this one, but we just had it at its native focal length. You know, the moon would be in the frame. Like we'd lose a fair bit, but at the same time we get a little more detail kind of coming in there. No, don't scroll up. Zoom out. No. There you go. That's probably about the native focal length of the moon that we would see with the about 1600 millimeters. So there'd be a lot more detail that we can see. Just read on some forum, if the cable from the mount goes straight to the PC and the guiding isn't working, that's what happens when you don't have a guide camera. Say again? Just read on forum that if the cable from the mount goes straight to the PC, he guided with his PC. Really? Interesting. So he just kind of used like the same camera twice to do the guiding? Alright, so those files should be... on the desktop? Yes, alright, we can get rid of these. Oh no, I can't delete it that way, can I? Can I? Cancel. Oh, sugar lumps, alright. 50, 0505, 20. Image menu, auto run, lights, NGC 6888. There we go, NGC 688 05 05 20. There we go. Where is my... Oh. There we go. 050520. Delete. Yes. There we go. Now we got some space. $900 megabytes. That's fine. So what we want to do is image the moon. And let me take another quick exposure. Make sure we are still... He thought that for the guiding you don't have to have a camera, just the connection between your mount and the PC. Alright. I get you now. I have a cable running straight from the keyboard, from the keypad port to an EQ direct cable. My guide camera is also connected to the PC though. Sorry, do you have the EQ6R Pro mount that you have? Is that the newer version, or is that the earlier one without the the extra USB port and the... Hello, Lux. Yes, over. Sorry, just getting this this set up here. Moon 001. Let's do. So that's 170. 340. Let's do that. Let's just do 30 quick exposures on the moon, group by slot. We don't need a braiding fix. We do not need to shut down the ASI air afterwards. That is for sure. So yeah, we do a quick imaging session there. Doesn't BlueStacks take up a lot of RAM? Sometimes. It is currently using up a little more CPU power at the moment. It is 420 megabytes of RAM. It's not too bad. When it starts opening up programs and doing all sorts of other processes, it does start to eat up a bit of the memory, but not as much as OBS will do. Currently, OBS is eating up about 30% of my CPU, and just over 3.5 gigs of memory right now. Actually, here, let me turn my face off just for a second here. As the counter, that's just the I'm pointing. I'm pointing. You guys can't see that I'm pointing. Just behind me here is the exposure counter. So we're just doing really, really, really quick exposures right now. Just yeah, just getting some really quick shots, and then we'll stack them up a little later, and then we'll get those images together. Hey, Ma, how you doing? Bubba Zelnik, how you doing? The one I have is the older version without the USB port, so my keypad is out of order. Thankfully, I had an EQ direct cable lying around, so I'm running the EQ cable from the RJ45 port to the USB-A port to my PC. You're doing good. All right, good to have you in here. We are looking at the moon right now. We are actually taking some quick exposures of the moon to build up a nice sharp image a little later. Usually, you want to take. I'm doing 30 exposures. You want to take a lot more, but this is just a little bit of a few files that we'll have to do some image processing a little later on there. Let's check out how much memory we have. We have 400 megabytes free. Yeah, that'll be fine. All right, let's go over to a live view of the moon. So there we are. This is live. You can tell it's live because of the way it is. No, because you can see that it is moving. There's some movement. There's some atmospheric disturbance. Some little roiling in the atmosphere. We do have a nice, cool, clear night, which helps with the stability of the atmosphere. Okay, we are looking at Copernicus at the moment. Yeah, without any shadows and any contrast, the moon does seem very flat and almost featureless. Here, let's play with the histogram just a little bit there. We are using a different filter tonight, so the moon does look a little more... the contrast is a little better. Moon is flat mooner. I'll moon you. No, I can't. That'll be a TOS. I won't email you a moon pic. Just take this image of the moon as the fact that I am mooning you. Oh, no. Let's go down towards the Terminator. Want to look at the Terminator. To see some features with a horrible Schwarzenegger impression. But Nick is chasing the cursor again. That's it. I am an astrophotography streamer and a cat entertainer. You should buy some Moonland. I hear it's very cheap on the dark side. It probably is. You're gonna bob his head. Excellent. I need video of this. G4, come on. There we go. There's a little more interesting views of the moon. Nope, come on back. There we go. See, and that's that area, that shadowed area that at least gives us a little bit of contrast. You know, overall the seeing isn't too bad tonight. It's not as we've had worse. We've had worse. We're currently looking at a live image of the moon right now. Those of you who are just joining in, appreciate you guys coming into the stream. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and we are on the moon. I'm over the moon by looking at the moon. You're gonna get the blue lake. What was the section where they did pick out the water? Because, you know, we're not going to see anything obviously, but I mean, we can go over to the Sea of Tranquility, and I'm still trying to. Dalry, my God, Obi. Ari, I'm having a heck of a time with your name, but how you doing? How would you like to be addressed? Now we can go over to the Sea of Tranquility. Well, what was that section where they have the water? Alright, let's move this over there. Well, there is the Sea of Tranquility. We do deep space. No, deep space is not doo-doo. We do take images of deep space. Currently, I am looking. We have the full moon that is just peering right down the barrel of our telescope. So that is we are. It's starting to go out of the way. I only really have a view to the east for the most part. So once that moon starts to go out towards the southwest, then we can start pointing the scope out to northeast, and we're going to get take a look at some galaxies. And that way we'll get some more images. And like I said before, once the M51, the Whirlpool galaxy gets up above the roofline, we'll start to image that. This was the area where Sophia. The Ina crater. Let's see. Alright, let's go back to the moon. Try to get Orion Nebula, then maybe the Horsehead later on this week. Excellent. Well, good luck for getting that. We were, I mean, if you just joined into the stream, about 45 minutes ago, maybe half an hour ago, we were looking at the Orion Nebula live. And that was, for the first time we ever tried that out. Didn't know if it was going to work. I am using the ASI Air, along with the ZWO ASI 533. And yeah, we were looking at a live view of the Orion Nebula, and much like how we're kind of looking at the moon right now, live, and well, we're taking like very, very short exposures, so it's essentially video we're looking at. But we did some images of Orion in 3-minute exposures, but then figured we'd give it a shot to look at that core with the live view of the camera, and it worked out really well. It was really, really cool. So if you do get a chance to kind of pop back, maybe about 2 hours into the VOD is when we have that view of Orion. And you've been here for 3 hours. Me too. Me too. Except for that pee break earlier. We did. We tried to get the horse head, but that wasn't happening. We tried the flame, and it's just everything starts to go behind these trees that we have here are a bit of an impedance. Well, I'm glad to kind of give you guys some information of the night sky, and this is what we're looking at here. And if make some popcorn and coffee. All right, no worries. We'll still be here. We'll be looking at the moon. So yeah, this being the Sea of Tranquility. Is relatively smooth plain, generally of large extent. The dark albedo of area of no known geological significance on the what's it talking about Titan? Anyway, this is about 876 kilometers across this section here for the Sea of Tranquility. And got about 674 kilometers for the Sea of Serenity. I'm stuck in my bad light polluted town, Bortle 6. I'm in a Bortle 5. I would say it's probably borderline 6. And yeah, the big benefit is that I'm in the east of England, and they turn off the streetlights at about 1 in the morning. And that's pretty much when I get like pretty much true Bortle 5 skies. Up until now, we are dealing with, we're dealing with the full moon. We are, we're dealing with streetlights that are still on, and I am using a broadband filter, so you can see we get the moon is staring right down the barrel of the scope, obviously because we're imaging the moon right now. What does the sky look like at the moment? We are still free of clouds. That is good, and not even like no real wispy clouds, which is great. We have clear skies forecast for the next 10, 11, 12, 13, 1, 2, 3. The next 7 hours, 6-7 hours. I'm in rural Dorset with no streetlights. Just rubbing it in. Yeah, so we got 1 in the morning during the week, and then on Sundays, midnight, they turn off. I don't know who thought about that schedule, but it works out really well. There is a definite noticeable difference. I mean, the gradient will disappear right away for starters, and then it's just nice and dark. So let's go back to the actual moon rather than kind of looking at it from afar. There we go. Here I am sitting here with some... We could be getting better contrast on this target right now. There you go. Let's zoom into another area here. Little tiny craters. All these little itty bitty craters. We are looking at... We're zoomed in on the Sea of Tranquility right now. And this crater, Ross, this is Ross crater that I have the mouse over. And it is 24 kilometers across. I'm going to say Dalray. Or Dalry. Until I get a proper pronunciation. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. Glad to have you hanging out with us tonight. How do you do a mineral image of the moon? You're going to build up your images as you you take your, it's really just kind of, for me, what I've done in the past is just bumping up the saturation a little bit there, using a one-shot color camera. Pronounce it however you'd like. All right. Brad, good to have you in here. Shelly? Gina? Bob. I'll say Dal. I'm free as Dal. That's cool. Or Resident Evil. Resident Evil Dal. Yeah, happy to have you along in with us here. So yeah, doing a mineral moon. I have done that before, and it was really just kind of playing with the saturation levels and just kind of teasing that information out gently, so you're not like oversaturating the image and it doesn't look right. As long as you start getting those blues from the titanium oxide and the kind of the oranges from the iron in the mare, and just don't overdo it. Otherwise, let's see if we can try to pull out some color in this one right now. I have one question. Do you put milk with instant coffee or water? Both? I'll fill it up with water and then color it with some milk. If I'm being really, really fancy and I have a little little saucepan, do all the milk and then mix in the coffee. So it is kind of like a latte almost. Actually, not almost. That would be a latte. Right. Colors. Boost up some... Now, we are kind of exaggerating things here, but we're starting to see little deeper tones of almost kind of blue in here, and then you get a little bit of almost some red kind of coming through there. A little bit. I mean, that's how it looks on my screen. But there definitely is the darker areas is that the titanium oxide and the iron oxide rust in those areas. So yeah, depending on what your screen, what you're seeing in there. But yeah, we're already starting to get a little bit of a mineral moon kind of showing through there. I'm still waiting to test out my 10-inch daub on Jupiter and Saturn. Wrong time of the year to do it though. I have looked at I don't think it was a 10-inch daub that I looked at Jupiter with, but it does look really nice through those scopes. We have not been able to image Jupiter or Saturn with this scope yet. We have looked at Mars and Uranus when they were out towards the east, and that was pretty cool to see. earlier on, yeah, Mars. Earlier on in the season, we were when we were closer to opposition, we were able to get some images of Mars. Right now, it is where I think Mars is going to be too far south. There's the trees that we have on the over to the right. That's out towards the southwest, and that blocks everything. But yeah, earlier on the previous VODs, we do have Mars earlier on in the sessions. I want to say that's back in November. Yeah, we had Mars kind of coming up. It was like in this area of the night sky, and that was a few weeks ago. I want to say maybe November-ish kind of time, early December, and then Uranus wasn't too far behind. We did get some shots of Uranus. We did work the exposure right that we started to see the biggest and brightest moons around it, and that was really cool because I didn't think that was going to be possible with the equipment setup that we have. All right, so we are looking at the moon live right now, and we're kind of exaggerating the exposure to try and tease out almost a little bit of color in creating that kind of mineral moon. But it gets difficult the more we move down towards the Terminator at the moment. We have the Tycho crater up over here, and Copernicus. With the Copernicus crater being 96 kilometers across. 96 kilometers in diameter. Mars is gloomy right now. He's in his emo phase, too dark. Yeah, I think we're getting a little more of the elongated orbit at the moment there, so it's not going to be as big and bright in the night sky, but it's still bright enough that you're going to be able to see this orange point of light, and that will be it's not that hard to kind of pick out there. Still waiting on my Meade apochromatic to arrive. There is a general shortage of like the really good scopes right now, because a lot of people are really getting into astrophotography. And I think it's fantastic that it's a good reason to have a backlog of orders kind of coming in. So 1 second, I'm just going to turn on my heater. All right, good. Perfect. There we go. Mic is still doing its thing. Yeah, grandparents are from Macedonia, as my mom is sharing our family heritage. Shoot with a DSLR. I shoot with a ZWO ASI 533. Hey, T-Torp. How you doing? Thank you for the raid. How's it going tonight? Oop. There's no raid command. You can write whatever. How's it going, Raiders? Cool. Yes, we are looking at the moon. How are you guys doing tonight? I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And this is what we do on this channel. I share live images of the night sky with you guys. Currently, tonight, we're in the east of England. We're using a 8-inch telescope to shoot the moon. We are currently... Usually we'll take deep sky objects, images of deep sky objects, but we are looking at the moon right now because that is staring down the barrel of the telescope. Very happy to have you guys in with us. Spacey 3D. You've seen that moon before. I know, it looks very familiar, doesn't it? Nadalo. Welcome in, how you doing? The Book Snail. Only one moon on your planet. Unusual. Nadalo, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the follow there. Welcome into the observatory. Happy to have you alongside us here. Sorry, late. Still figuring out Twitch. Nice Creators had a chill hobby programming stream and made some progress. Excellent. That's cool to hear. Well, I appreciate you guys dropping in. We're sharing the night sky as often as possible. This is a live image of the moon right now. We are using very quick exposures because it is nice and bright. It's a full moon, a 91% full moon. And we were earlier on in the evening, we were looking at a live image of a nebula, which was an incredible thing to see because I didn't think that was actually going to work. So yeah, we get a little exaggerated here. Let me adjust that there so we can see a little more details. So yeah, the movement that you're seeing there, that kind of rippling of the moon, that is our atmosphere. Yeah, sorry. Let me let's zoom in a little closer on one of the craters. And seeing, yeah, that is in relation to how calm your atmosphere is and just how much disturbance we're gonna have. We have a nice cool night, and this is actually not too bad for our seeing conditions. Generally, you know, sometimes if you got a really hot, humid day, there's gonna be movement all over the place. And we are kind of taking pictures of the moon. Taking a single image isn't always the best way to kind of image them when you want to do like you want to do video, so you can kind of average out any of that noise and kind of pick out the good images there. Drop Bear Antics. Are you Australian by chance? I know drop bears are a big nuisance in Australia. But how you doing? Welcome into the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. And yeah, it is like hot waves over pavement when you see all that. Yes, we do have Discord, !Discord. There you go. 2 are better than none. Straya. Excellent. Ah, and you're a subscriber to Rocket Sage as well. Excellent. I enjoy catching a few of her streams as well. I don't hold anything against geologists whatsoever. Ooh, looks like we got some clouds rolling in. There's some haze. Yes, I'm currently in the east of England, and we have a rare clear night. Taking advantage of the night sky, and it looks like we have a tiny bit of cloud rolling in. looks mildly hazy. We'll see if that's going to be an issue or not. Have to check on the forecast there. But yeah, we have clear skies for potentially the next 4 hours. And we do, it's changing. Of course the forecast is changing. That's all right. We always have, the weather can always be it's unpredictable at times. And what was looking to be some fairly clear skies is slowly turning into a bit of cloud coverage coming in at about 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. And that's all right. So we still have a little bit of time. I'm going to say this little patch of cloud is an anomaly. Maybe some, that might not even be clouds. It might be the exhaust from my neighbor's heating. So yeah, next object. Let's have a look. It's going to be... Let's see, what do we have available? I think what will look kind of nice will be a globular cluster, if we have one available to us. Because that way, that'll show up nice in the... frame. Hey, Rosine! Astrophotography, how are you doing, dude? Ah, the Canuck, I beseech thee, acquire the photons in thy name. For I was up till 5:30 a.m. this morning in Hydrogen Alpha, and I'm absolutely spent and staying in. Well, how? Glad to have you in here, dude. Good to see you in here. You may have missed something absolutely incredible in terms of astro imaging. You know, the moon, yeah, that's cool. Live shot of the moon is cool, but we had a live image of the Orion Nebula. It wasn't, 10-second exposures, 30-second exposures. It was ridiculous. Old balls, hey pops, how you doing? We are currently looking at the moon right now. We are waiting for that moon to kind of really get away from our field of view, so we can start looking at some galaxies in a little bit here. And where is our clip? We had a clip that was saved. We not only were we capturing the Orion Nebula, we had a satellite go through our image as well, right through the middle, which was just really, really cool. Partner got some bad news today about a job promotion she went for, so I stayed in cooking Hungarian foods with her, and I have to clean up. I thought if you cook, you don't have to clean. But that's very nice of you to do that, raise your spirits. And now you've... there we go. There's a thanks, Lux, for the clip. Capone Gaming! Dude, how you doing? Thanks for the lurk. Appreciate you coming in here tonight. Stopping by. We have here's our live image of the moon right now. We're taking advantage of our lovely low-density satellite and just staring right at it, laughing in the face of its brightness. Here, let's go back to our larger view of the moon at the moment there. Got to refilm a tutorial in Photoshop. They need to add in some music and some pictures to the telescope live video, and then I have to do some serious editing on my next imaging vlog. No rest for the wicked. Oh, sorry. How do I shoot my flats? The short answer is I don't. The long answer is I usually put a t-shirt over top of the aperture, and I haven't tried doing flats yet with this scope yet. And other people will use like maybe a light box, but I think I'd have to get a fair-sized light box to get that done. So I will go with the white t-shirt method. And I believe Astrophotography, have you shown that on your YouTube channel as well, which you are trying to get to 100,000 subscribers? If you are not paying attention to Astrophotography on the YouTube, to get some more information about how to image the night sky and what equipment you may want to buy, check out that guy. Nothing else rhymes. That's it. If he gets 100,000 subscribers, I will get a raptor. Lux will get a raptor, and we will all have a good time. All right. Have I missed anything from you guys? Yep, the flats with the t-shirt. That's what I have done in the past. I tried using my tablet to do that, but you know. Finson. Finson, how are you doing? Let me butcher every name possible that comes into the channel. But thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. We are looking at a live image of the moon right now. That is a fair. Is it yeah, that's I've seen a lot of people use those. They have a nice flat, even image there. You're good. Well, hey, thank you very much for coming in here. Prutz, how you doing? Good to see you in here tonight. We are on the moon right now. Prutz, you're never following. Oh my god. I appreciate the follow, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Welcome into the observatory. Happy to have you along in here. There you go. Dust bunnies be gone. When I got the scope, it was nice and clean. Gee Goofer, thanks for coming in. Welcome to the observatory. For those of you who are new to the channel, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and it is my pleasure to bring you guys live images of outer space. Currently, we are on the moon. This is a live image of the moon, and you can tell it's live by the way the movement in the atmosphere, that little wobbling. We have fairly good seeing tonight, so it's not that pronounced. So we can get a little more contrast on the moon here. You get pop out a little more. All right. I've also noticed I still have that heat map on here, which is not working. Did I ever see any impact of the moon live? I did not. I was imaging the moon at the time. During the lunar eclipse last year. Sorry, I missed that impact. I was imaging the moon. It was basically between frames when I was just taking single shots of when that impact occurred. Other channels did catch it. I know Fraser Kane was doing his virtual star party and covering the lunar eclipse live, and they did capture that on on the stream. But yeah, I was like a second away from... it was basically a split second from when it impacted and when I was imaging. Speaking of A-Pod, what's up with the A-Pod? You still haven't got one. Ah. Me neither. There you go. Members of the No A-Pod Club. Alright, I'm going to turn off that heat overlay because I thought it would... The idea, for those who are trying to click your screen and nothing's happening, I was under the impression that this heat map was going to be able to show me on my side of things where you guys were pointing to on the screen. It doesn't seem to be working that way. I'm trying to find out who else has been using it with success. I think I'm going to try to get in touch with DJ Teo and see if he's had any success with it, or at least kind of guide me, or even if G4 has a better insight into what's going on. Yeah, I thought I was going to try for an A-Pod, but yeah, I'm happy doing this. This is what I like. Goofer, that's what that dot was. Yeah, I thought it was going to be able to be a little more interactive on things. I'm gonna see. I want to get that working because I think that's kind of cool. Because if there's something interesting that you guys see on here, or if there's like a crater that you want pointed out, or just any area in the night sky that we're imaging, it's better than saying, oh, over there beside this spot that looks like this, and it's no. At least then, you know, we can do that there. So if you got a nice image, you'll send it off just in case we don't expect or go hunting. Yeah, it's great to be able to have to, you know, if you can say you've gotten an A-Pod, but at the same time, you know, this is what I enjoy doing, being able to share this with you guys. There we go. Spot the UFO. We did have an IFO go through the screen earlier. Where is that? Oh, I clicked something. Hit all these sorts of buttons. Shouldn't do that. Don't hit buttons. Cloudless nights are better than A-Pod in my opinion. Yes. Just being able to get out under the night sky and being able to get some images going down. You can identify objects. Yes. It was a satellite. It was a... We want to say it was a Starlink, but it did seem kind of sparse. You know, light pollution can always be combated with narrowband imaging, but yeah, also depending on just sometimes the amount of clear skies that you have can be difficult. Like, this is like the longest stretch of a clear sky that we've had in quite a while right now. So, you know, to be able to be out here doing this, usually I'd want to, if I have like a known stretch of clear skies where we have this nice high pressure system kind of sitting over top of us, I think that would allow for a little more time with some experimentation on things and just trying to be able to try out some different imaging techniques. But at the same time, I don't want to be mucking around with the equipment kind of leading up to a stream, and then all of a sudden nothing works, nothing looks right, and then, you know, it can be a little disheartening. All right, let's move over to a different side of the moon. Oh, hey guys, do we want to become famous? I guess not. You're in Belgium, world famous for being void of clear skies. There we go. Ban 'em. Drop it. Grazie, grazie tanto. Grazie tutti. Why am I hearing myself? That would be why. When you open up your moon channel, all right, let's move over to another section of the moon right now. Because we're also, you see, I don't know if that's clouds, maybe cloud. I think it is clouds. All right, let us move over to you drive 30 minutes and you're in a Bortle 2. That is pretty fortunate. There are a few people who drop in on the chat who live in a Bortle 1 section, and that's just unfair. But at least they do astrophotography, so that is at least they're taking advantage of those dark skies. What does clear skies predict for me for the week? For right now, last I checked, it's red until Saturday night, Sunday morning. I have to double check on that there. But yeah, it's the rest of the week is not looking favorable. And even right now, it looks like it's getting a little hazy out. Are the Wi-Fi mounts pretty poop? I've heard they're inaccurate. I have not tried. I mean, the Wi-Fi mounts like the. Hey! J-Bar! J-Bar, how you doing? Mim! Mim, good to see you in here. Tonks 2000, Mongolian Jeef, Clumsy Knees, how you guys doing tonight? Welcome in, guys. Good to see you in here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are doing some live astrophotography tonight. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And the whole point of this channel is to share the night sky with you guys as often as possible. We got some clear skies down there. We got a little bit of clouds kind of coming in here, but we are looking at the moon. Hello, Mongolian Jeef, J-Bar. Good to see you in here. How is your stream tonight? Star Adventurer, yes. The Wi-Fi version of that, I haven't tried that out. I am working on a ASI Air And it's got a wired connection. I'm using BlueStacks to control that with the laptop. Clear skies finally, yes. Yes, indeed. Stream is great. I locked myself out of my stream room for a while live. Oh no, how did that happen? That's mildly unfortunate. I've almost locked myself out of the house a couple of times in the past week. No worries. Glad to have you in here. Always happy to see some new friends, some familiar faces. Glad to have you guys come along here. We are currently looking at the moon, because that is right in our face, and it's actually starting to go behind a tree. So we will be able to kind of point our scope out to the northeast to maybe get some galaxies in the shot there. But we've been having a really good time tonight. Let's see if M51 is available. So yeah, let's go back to the moon. You don't need to stare at my face that much. Inge Mazel, hello, I'm new here. I wonder why you aren't streaming in 1080p. There's so much details to look at. I am not streaming in 1080p because currently my capture card doesn't allow that. And also I'm trying to conserve some energy on the laptop, but hopefully in the next couple weeks or so, we will have a nice overhaul of the channel there. So yeah, we'll aim to get some more details coming to you guys. I've been doing this channel since the beginning of October, and you know, it's great to see you guys coming in and sharing this experience with me and just looking up at the night sky. And you know, I do it for those people who just may not be able to get these images. You don't have a set of binoculars to kind of look at the moon, or a telescope with this kind of tracking capability. Rhino, how you doing? How are you? That was your face like we're still looking at the moon. Rhino, good to see you in here as well. Glad to have you guys come along. I know. You guys are fantastic. Enjoy seeing new faces, familiar faces in here. You know, for those who come in on the raid, I appreciate the follows that have come along there. And just even for the raids, for you guys thinking of little old me sharing these tiny little views of the night sky. I'm happy to do that for you guys. Hey!
A little four-leaf clover for clear skies, Logan, as thanks for bringing the universe to us.
Goofer, thank you very much for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hey, I mean, it is my pleasure to bring these images to you guys, you know, and I'm independently studying astronomy. Been doing that for the past 4 years, and been doing astrophotography for just as long. And yeah, I want to be able to give you guys as much accurate information of what we're looking at right now, and some cool little tidbits on the moon, on of what were the other objects that we're looking at in the night sky. I think a really cool thing earlier on tonight was we were looking at the Orion Nebula in a live view. Usually for a lot of objects in space, you have to do a longer exposure. So yeah, to be able to try out something new and have it work is pretty cool. So currently, I'm going to move away from the moon for in a moment there. But that crater we're looking at right now is the Copernicus crater, and to kind of try to get any sort of idea of scale, that is 96 kilometers across. That's almost 100 kilometers in diameter. Let's increase the contrast a little bit here. So it's as far away as the moon is, and how small we may think it may seem that things are on here. These are massive areas of the moon. There you go. This is about as close as we can get. Trying not to blow that out, but that is the Copernicus crater, 96 kilometers across. And there is no shortage of interesting areas of the moon to be looking at, and we're exaggerating the. Let's try to make it something a little more easier to look at there. But you can see the live image of the moon. It's not as the atmosphere does interfere with the image there. The best Twitch on community, no cap. Well, thank you, Lux. I appreciate that. I appreciate the compliment. You guys are fantastic. It's like, I don't mean to overly butter you guys up or anything like that, but it's been some fantastic responses that we've had here, and I appreciate you guys hanging out with me, and and those who, whether you're here for a long time or a short time in the channel, it means a lot. If you're lurking, that's fantastic as well. If you have any questions that kind of pop up in your mind, I'm happy to try to answer them. If it's about astrophotography, there are quite a few people in here who do astrophotography as well, and it's always good just to try to bounce ideas off of each other. You never know what's gonna kind of come out of that there. So yeah, we are going to let's pick another area of the night sky. So let's go over to find a globular cluster. Perhaps we have one of those available. So M3 is way down there. It's not going to be up for a while. But yeah, for those of you see the Discord link there, if you want to join in the Discord, you are more than welcome to. We will share some images that we've taken over the evenings there, and yeah, we'll if you guys have images that you want to share as well, drop them in there. Globular, never heard it pronounced like that. Well, I hear the word globular, and it just doesn't seem right. And also, I'm kind of taking some influence from Fraser Kane, who does pronounce it as globular as well, because it is a sphere, a globe of stars. You wouldn't look at it wouldn't be a glob of Earth. It'd be the globe. So that's my rationale behind pronouncing it like that. Question: do your glasses not interfere with viewing a scope? Sometimes, with some of the eyepieces I had, I would pretty much turn the cups down if it was possible. But yeah, there were times when I would get, you get the smears, you get some eyelashes and things on the glasses there. Other times I've tried to I've just taken the glasses off altogether and just adjusted the focus then. But that's not the main reason why I kind of got away from visual astronomy. Because our meat cameras notwithstanding being incredibly inefficient, but I just enjoyed shooting images much more than the visual side of things. So yeah, let's where is M51? We're at 30, not 28. No, it's not high enough yet. We'll go over to Bode's Nebulae, which should be nice and high. And that is a satisfying galaxy to look at. M51 is probably going to be It'll probably be up in like maybe an hour. But I can get over to, probably should be able to get over to Bode's Nebula. Which is M81. And that's always a nice one to look at. Also, we've imaged Bode's in, pardon me, in narrowband. We haven't looked at it in a broadband filter yet, so that's going to look, that'll look interesting. Yeah, but when you want to share the scope with someone, they get a blurry pic. Yeah, that's true. There's always the sight. Sorry. I remember like the first time I looked through someone's scope and I started farting around with the knob so much that it was just, I couldn't get focus back and they had to refocus and it's like, oh, it was better off not touching it. All right. Ooh. All right, Moon. Good night, Moon. Good night, stars. All right, let's go back into preview. We'll do a quick shot of the moon. So we have a nice... Good night, David. David. All right, M81. Let's head over to Bode's Galaxy, or Bode's Nebulae. All right, that should be all right there. Scope shot, scope, slew. You can make a little exclamation for that. Slew shot, slew moons, slew. Alright, will we have... It should be there. It should be fine. Beautiful, isn't it? Oh, yeah, actually it is. Alright, here we go. Let's see, double check. It should be 5 seconds for those, the test shots there. Love a bit of Bode's. Me too. We've imaged this one before in narrowband, so it'll be interesting to see how this is going to look in the in a broadband. Because I'm trying to think of the last time I actually shot it like that. The filter I'm using tonight is the Astronomic CLS clip filter, and that was. I'm going to blind you guys. I apologize. I don't know why it did that. My apologies to your retinas. If you had any hopes of having some night vision, it's gone. Right, so this is the Astronomic CLS XT clip filter, which I have in a 2-inch filter adapter. And do I have a decent view of the scope? No, I don't. Actually, I do. Hang on. Give you guys a better idea of what we're looking at. Alright, we are guiding. Alright, let's go... I'm gonna go 5 minutes on this one, because it's been a while since we've been on a target. Usually we'll kind of go 10 minutes on a target, but we're also letting in quite a bit more light. Yeah, usually it's 10 minutes. Some targets, if the guiding is fantastic, will go 16 minutes. And I think what I'm going to do is, just for the sake of those who are in here for the first time and they want to see something other than the moon, we're not going to make you wait too long, because even a 5-second image, we're seeing the nucleus of this galaxy already. And this galaxy is 12 million light years away. So I think even with a 5-minute image, we're going to get some decent shots of this galaxy. I was doing 10 minutes Hydrogen Alpha on the Elephant's Trunk Nebula. It looks amazing. Can't wait to finish it. Can't wait to see it. That's going to be cool. I mean, even when we did we did 10 minutes on the Elephant's Trunk Nebula, I guess before Christmas, and that was a 16-minute exposure, and that was starting to look really, really cool. Serious travel time, literally a blasty from the past. Or a blast from the past. I almost said a blasty from the pasty, and then I started getting hungry. Go for a bit of food. Keep thinking of the elephant's foot when you think of the elephant's trunk. I don't know, what was I doing? I saw a picture of an elephant's foot, of that one from Chernobyl. Was it Chernobyl, or was it in one of the... Yeah. I don't know what was I doing that I just randomly kind of came across that image. Was I watching a documentary? Yeah. Interesting. So yeah, we are... I mean, for a 5-second image... Like, even if I was shooting this with my DSLR, I would be... this would probably be maybe like 2 minutes. Because the sensor on this camera is much more attuned to shooting outer space. It has greater sensitivity. It is a cooled camera as well, so it's just behind the chat there. We're at minus 10 degrees Celsius for the temperature of that sensor, and that's going to get rid of a lot of that thermal noise that's going to build up when you take a long exposure image, or even when you kind of take an image in the dark. It's just going to be a lot of that green, red, and the red, green, and blue modeling. There's also a glacier called the Elephant's Foot in Greenland. Oh? I mean, I'll bring up an image. I'll get that kind of at the ready for what we had before of M81. Let's jump back over to here for a second. I'll cue that image up. Quark Mark, you said this capture software is BlueStacks. The BlueStacks is the program I'm using to control the ASI Air, as opposed to when you're using your... It's more the ASI Air being designed to work on a tablet. So the BlueStacks is an Android emulator. So that way we're able to capture those images coming through there. And I'm going to queue up a previous exposure that we've done. The ASI Air does work with DSLRs. There is a select number of them. I believe they would have it on their website of what's compatible with it there. ZWO cameras are the only ones, or the only astronomy dedicated cameras that are going to work with the ASI Air, unless someone starts to develop a bit of a workaround. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Then I think if you want to do something like this with a different astronomy, with a dedicated astronomy camera, a Stellar Mate or even a Prima Luce Labs Eagle will do the trick as well. Maybe the Eagle being a little more expensive because that can work as a standalone computer. All right, let me find our image of Bodes from a while back. There we go. Yeah, I was using first. I was using the pardon me. At first, I was using the ASI Air with my Canon camera. Problem was, for some reason, it would lock up and it wouldn't finish an exposure. It would just kind of hang there, and it was getting really annoying. And I don't know if it was just the age of my camera or if it was something to do with the software. Still, that was like about almost a year ago now, so there have already been other iterations and improvements in the software. All right, we have our galaxy. You can kind of see it starting to come through down there. Yeah, for 5 minutes, that is not too bad. That's pretty cool. That is 12 million light years away. Also classified as Messier 81. That Bode Nebula is in Ursa Major and is one of the most conspicuous spiral galaxies in the sky. It forms a physical pair with its neighbor M82. Discovered along with M82 by Johann Bode, and it's sometimes referred to as Bode's Nebula. M81 is one of the easiest and most rewarding galaxies for amateur astronomers in the Northern Hemisphere. I do like this galaxy. I have shot it at varying focal lengths. So this is a comparison of the galaxy between that's the broadband image, and this is a narrowband image. With the broadband, we're getting some more stars around the area here. I'm thinking getting close to being able to have the telescope automated with and keep me warm inside. That is a benefit to being able to stay warm. Although being in a 140-year-old house with minimal to no insulation, it can get a little cool in here. But yeah, it's nice to see if I can kind of tweak that a little bit more. Soften that up a bit. We are amplifying a bit of the noise that kind of comes up in the image there. There you go. That's not too bad for a 5-minute image of a galaxy 12 million light years away. So let me see if I can compare it to... So this image that we're looking at right now, with a greenish kind of tint, that's when we're using the narrowband filter. And what's being highlighted more is all these little pink dots of these smudges of nebulosity. And that's similar to what we have in our galaxy with the Orion Nebula, the Flaming Star Nebula, California Nebula. It's all those hydrogen alpha rich regions of the galaxy. And when we're shooting in broadband, a lot of those features are kind of blending in with you're seeing more of the star color in the galaxy with a broadband filter. And that's why when you're doing some processing with the image there, you can combine these two channels and really highlight some of the hydrogen alpha that is generally kind of lost in a broadband filter, because it just that range of the 650 nanometers, which can be a very small sliver of the visible spectrum. When you're doing a broadband image, it does let in a lot more light, and it can kind of drown that out. I would have had all the best Removed. All the best images if I shot the targets for at least 2 hours and not only max 60 minutes. I think so too. I think that there's a great benefit in doing the long integration images on here. And there's some targets in the night sky that just lend themselves really well to our 10-minute images. And, you know, Orion Nebula, even less time. But, you know, for what we're doing on here, and like I said, if the weather's going to hold up, it looks like it is kind of maintaining its composure for right now, that we will aim to shoot M51 once that is available there. What's the longest exposure I did? It was the longest single exposure we've done was 33 minutes on the Triangulum Galaxy. It was all right. I mean, there was movement, and I wasn't surprised that there was a bit of movement on there, but at least it was a fairly interesting image that we got out of there, and I will pull that up in a second. So that was kind of pushing the auto the auto run to its longest time possible. That was 33 minutes. Let's see, where is that? Actually, that should be in the files. There you go. Without any stretching, that is 33 minutes in narrowband of the Triangulum Galaxy of M33. San Remi's. Hello, how are you? Unfortunately, I do not understand. Ah, the bright point. In the middle of M81, that is Twitch crash. Did I crash? There you go. That is the black hole that is in the middle of the galaxy there, much like how our galaxy has a supermassive black hole, but that is also the greatest concentration of stars. So that nucleus is, it's full of stars, and it's much brighter than the arms that have had time to kind of expand away from or that are still being kind of pulled in towards the core of the galaxy there. Yeah, we had, for this image of the Triangulum Galaxy, that was, I mean, the guiding was fairly decent, but yeah, it was there's just enough movement over 33 minutes. We weren't sure how that was gonna come out there. But yeah, that was the longest exposure that was done. But just all those regions of pink. No, you're welcome. You're welcome. Happy to answer any questions that kind of come in there. This is a bit of an older image that we're looking at of the Triangulum Galaxy, but all those regions of pinkish, reddish, kind of, those are all nebulae within that galaxy, and that is a very active galaxy. 2.5 million light. Actually, we can get in a little closer, and it's still not too bad. 2.5 million light years away, and we're capturing these details. Little streaky stars notwithstanding, I love this one, and I definitely would want to try a 33-minute exposure in the future. Probably won't do that one tonight. But yeah, it's It is fairly rewarding, this target. You think you prefer Triangulum over Andromeda? I do like how Triangulum fits nicely in a deep field image, and also, you know, shooting Andromeda. I keep going back to this core image of Andromeda because I like it so much. Is that one there? And just a testament to how this camera deals with the levels of gray. You know, we're looking at the core of the Andromeda Galaxy right now. This is one of our older images, one of the more successful 16-minute images that we've taken. How would you get around the brightness at the center to capture more details from the arms? It would be, you do a little bit of a high dynamic range. You would want to do shorter exposures to still get that detail of the core, but then longer exposures for the fainter details on the outside, and then you just kind of you'll blend them in post-processing. Yeah, the square sensor, again, before it works, it is worked really well. I do not regret this purchase at all. I was always hesitant on this, you know, a square size sensor, but everything that's kind of come out is fantastic. And that's a single sub. That is a single 16-minute image that we took on this one there. Yeah, mind-boggling. Like, yeah, the light is 2.5 million years ago that this light emitted from that galaxy. Both of them, the Triangulum and the Andromeda Galaxy, they're both 2.5 million light years away from us. The two of them are separated by about 750,000 light years, and the three of us are all gravitationally bound. So yes, there will be the Milk-Dromeda collision, but then there's also, not far behind, will be the Triangulum Galaxy jumping on in, joining the party. Speaking of joining the party, Cromer Gaming, how are you doing? Good to see you in here, dude. How are you tonight? All right. There you go. We have, but before that, we're going to be eaten by our sun. Yeah, but we'll have started intergalactic travel by then. We'll figure it out. Hello, Belle. Out of Lurksville. Good to see you in here. Right. Older image of Andromeda. Let's get back to live images here. So we still have some nice clear skies at the moment. We'll pick a new target. And I think I'm gonna try the Owl Nebula. See how that looks in. I know it's a planetary nebula, so let's have a look at have a look at the Owl Nebula. We were looking at the moon earlier because that was staring right down the barrel of the scope, but we're going to pick a new target. Graftark, how are you? Good to see you in here. Welcome on in. Thank you guys for joining in on the channel here. Happy to have you guys come along, look at the night sky with me. I am Tom. I'm the Astro Canuck, and we are going to be looking at a planetary nebula soon. Right down there, we have an old image of the Andromeda Galaxy, our nearest galactic neighbor at 2.5 million light years away. This is our 8-inch telescope. I'm pointing to the image of the camera, not at the Heart Nebula. And we take live images of the night sky, and we're going to go over to the Owl Nebula, which is also known as Messier 97. You're good. Glad there's clear skies. I am glad too. Rhino. Rhino, thank you very much for the subscription. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to as an assistant to the observatory. What that means exactly is I haven't figured those titles out yet. But I'm glad to have you in for the subscription. Appreciate that very, very much. There you go. I've also noticed the suffix on the emote there is run, and that's to kind of represent me, a little running guy here. But I might change it to just end it in POG, just to kind of go along with everything that goes on with Twitch. So yes, let's go over to the Owl Nebula. And that was the wrong button. The Owl Nebula should be available. We should have that within our sights. Yeah, we were on Bode's Nebula, 12 million light years away, and we are now going over to an object which is within our own galaxy, at about 1,700 light years away, to a planetary nebula known as the Owl Nebula. It is classed as Messier 97. We'll see how that one turns out with a broadband filter. And it's not too far from where we're at, so scope doesn't have far to go. And while it always is fun to watch the scope move around there, I always like to be cautious of wide swaths of movement, just in case any cables get caught up there. How strange that objects inside our galaxy are smaller. But outer space is bigger. It just shows the size of galaxies we watch. And I look at the size of some of the galaxies, and the farther away they are, and they're still that large in the sensor. You know, like even looking at the Pinwheel Galaxy and how massive that structure is as well. All right, you had sent a Twitter link from Dylan O'Donnell. What did he post? I saw there was something that had popped up on my screen there. So yeah, the scope is outside. There is a cover that when we have our rainy day astronomy sessions. Sorry, just looking at Dylan O'Donnell's tweet there. Bring that up. Because he says whatever he wants, and everybody loves Dylan O'Donnell. If you're not familiar with Dylan O'Donnell, you should be. He is an Australian astronomer, astrophotographer extraordinaire, who will say almost anything that comes to mind with great humor. And if my computer moved any slower... Alright, we'll come after that in just a second there. Nerd genius comedian. Yep. So yeah, the scope being covered up outside with a product, which is by Telegizmos, is their scope cover, which is designed for all weather. Has done a really, really good job keeping everything dry. I do throw a desiccant filter underneath the scope cover just because it's if there's any moisture that's kind of left over from if there's frost on there, at least that's going to absorb any other excess moisture and keep everything nice and dry underneath the scope cover there. All right. Let us go over to our Owl Nebula. Isn't it great? Isn't it beautiful? It's gorgeous, isn't it? All right. I think this one is going to need some time in the oven. So let me also pick a better star as well. Go with you or you? You? Go with you. Alright, we're starting on that. Now, yeah, you can kind of just start to see that, that little planetary nebula show up in the middle of the screen there. There we go. Stretch it, like, massively. So that's where it's going to show up. We're going to let that image run and try to get as much detail as we can there. So this image is with the 183mm Pro HA. That is pretty sweet. And if I was on the right screen, you guys could see it as well, unless you've clicked on the link. As I've never done the trunk that wide field, would like to do it with some really wide scope sometime. So yeah, that's that little bright thing. That is the amp glow. Which, yeah, you can process those out there. Also, that was a reason of why I did pick up this camera that we're using, because it doesn't have the amp glow. They've changed the setup of the technology and the imaging train there. The imaging train. Vortex Tube 2. How are you doing? Welcome into the observatory. Good to see you in here. The glow gives it something extra. Gives a little bit of depth. Kind of makes you think there's something else brighter off to the side. Another nice bright star. That is really cool. I like that area is fantastic to look at. The elephant nebula, the elephant trunk. And there's just so much more detail that you can kind of get out of a monochrome camera, because every area of that sensor is collecting that data. Whereas I'm using a color camera, and it just, yeah, you sacrifice a little bit of image quality there. Yeah, Vortex Tube, thanks for coming on in here. We are currently imaging the Owl Nebula. It is a planetary nebula in the constellation of Ursa Major, also known as M97. We are imaging with this telescope, and in about 7 minutes we'll have our exposure come through. We do take long exposure images, some objects that are nice and bright, we will have a look at them live. And yeah, for the most part, what we do on this channel is we will take live images of the night sky, share them with you, and yammer on about astrophotography and all sorts of good stuff relating to astronomy. And anything else that kind of crops up every now and then. We'll deviate from things, or depending on movies, video games, whatever kind of a good TV that you guys are watching right now. I know earlier on some people were voicing their displeasure about WandaVision on Disney Plus. Unless you've watched all 3 episodes, and maybe you're starting to get the larger picture of things. Speaking of TV, I was watching Disenchantment on Netflix. Enjoy that. Yes, I do like Disenchantment. It's not an exact replacement for Futurama, but I do like it. It's got some of the same lowbrow humor kind of baked into it as well. Kind of like everything you'd expect from Matt Groening. But I do enjoy watching that. And then if you turn it on at 8 in the morning or 9 in the morning on a Saturday, boom, Saturday morning cartoons. Disney Plus is unavailable for you. Oh no. Well, I refrain from any type of spoilers on here. Unless it's... I have about a 3-year embargo on spoilers. If you haven't been able to catch something in that amount of time, and I slip up, well, that's not so much I'll slip up, I'll just go on about it. Does a plane passing through ruin a long exposure? Yes and no. If you have enough exposures kind of built up, you can average those pixels out when you're in your stacking. I would be hesitant to throw that exposure away if I was doing like maybe 5 or 10 minute subs on a target, because that's a lot of data to dump out for a plain kind of photo bombing. But if you're doing exposure that are like maybe 3 minutes in length, then you can just kind of get rid of that frame and just try to add an extra few exposures on the end of your session if possible. But I have had some images where I've had satellites go through. But when you are stacking your image, if you choose the Kappa Sigma clipping, that way it's gonna average out those pixels. And again, more integration time you have, the better chance it's going to be able to get rid of those faint lines. Anything that's really bold and thick, and maybe a plane kind of goes through. Yeah, if it goes right through the target, that can kind of muck things up a little bit there. But at least if it's kind of on the peripherals, chances are sometimes with some of the images I'm processing, I'll even crop like the whole thing in anyway, if that's just the area of interest that I want. Because especially if you're doing an image, if you're doing long exposures and it's over the course of a couple of nights, sometimes your framing might be off a little bit, and at least that way, when you're doing the processing, you can kind of get rid of some of those details there. All right, we got 3 minutes on this target. And yeah, so far guiding is looking pretty good. Lots of planes in the sky over here, about 40 clicks from the national airport. I had a co-worker of mine who used to live near Stansted Airport. And he was into astrophotography, and he said he quickly gave it up just because there is too many planes photobombing his his images, and it was just the overall light pollution. He wasn't enjoying it, and that's a bit of a bummer. He did move on to do metal detecting, which he does like to mock the North American compatriots who are into metal detecting, who are happy to find like a Civil War button or belt buckle or something like that, and meanwhile he's finding like old Roman coins from from hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago. No, not thousands, hundreds of years ago. So yeah, he enjoys that level of the hobby, if not just to mock those in the gazillions of years ago. Yeah, I mean, air traffic notwithstanding, like using a monochrome camera with narrowband filters, or just even just narrowband filters, is probably a better way to go for that, just to combat any heavy light pollution. But yeah, if you're kind of more in tune to the flight paths of where planes are kind of coming in, and although right now, air traffic is still fairly low. I can't say that I've really had any planes photobomb a lot of the images that we've taken. We had one satellite come through tonight, which was caught live, and that's about it, which isn't too bad. All right, 5 seconds to go on this. Let's see how this one turns out. All the satellites in the world have passed through. Hey, that's not too bad. I like that one. That's all right. There we go. Actually, usually going this way is better for a planetary nebula. In brightest day and darkest night. So, the Owl Nebula is a planetary nebula in the constellation of Ursa Major. It is one of the 4 planetary nebulae in Messier's catalog, and the 3rd to be discovered. The nebula gets its name from the appearance of owl-like eyes visible in telescopes. M97 was discovered by Pierre Machine, let's butcher names, in 1781, and Messier added it to his catalog that same year. Admiral William H. Smythe first classified it as a planetary nebula in 1844. The Owl Nebula is one of the fainter objects in Messier's catalog, and is often the case for planetary nebulae. The Owl is significantly brighter visually than photographically, as most of its light is emitted in one green spectral line. The planetary's disk has dimensions of 3.3 degrees by 4.4, rather larger than Jupiter's. So, because the filter that I'm using does cut out some of that green spectral lines, I can see how, yeah, it is better adept for visual through a large telescope. If only the movie wasn't trash. I'm right, Goofer, I'm there with you. Didn't expect much of that, so it's a nice movie to kind of have on and just watch. It's a shame that there wasn't much of a follow-up from that movie. I think DC overall has done better with television, with its television series, than the movies. Marvel has a bit of a stranglehold on that market, and that's fine. Ryan Reynolds makes fun of himself in his own movie. You know it's bad. Yes. Exactly. But then again, you can't take everything. If you can't take yourself too seriously, or if you do take yourself too seriously, then you know, what are you doing in show business? So apparently the distance of M97 is uncertain. Estimates range from 1,300 to 12,000 light years, with 2,600 light years being the most likely value. At this distance, it would have a diameter of 2 light years. So there's the that star at the center. Oops. That star at the center. Is fueling out. The mass of the nebula has been estimated at 0.15 solar masses, while its 16th magnitude central star contains about 0.7 solar masses. So its mass is just a little under our sun. The nebula is formed roughly 6,000 years ago, and it's one of the more complex planetary nebulae known. Its appearance has been interpreted as that of a cylindrical torus shell, a globe without poles. Viewed obliquely so that the projected matter-proof ends of the cylinder correspond with the owl's eyes. This shell is enveloped by a fainter area of low ionization. And that's like kind of that red, those reddish areas that we're seeing there. But we ain't even the size of a pixel in that photo. Nope, not even close. I mean, a planet like the sun, that's a little smaller than our sun in terms of mass. And yeah, we definitely would not be anywhere visible there. Let's just really blow that up, right? There you go. The owl nebula it's not too bad in the image there. Let's see where we are for M51, because that will start to dictate how the rest of the night is going to go. But let's make sure we save that down. I probably didn't save the other images down, and that is due in part to me just really enjoying the ephemeral nature of the imaging section right now. All right, let's have a look at M51. Let's see where we're at. No aliens in space, kind of sus. Well, like I said before, I think it's we are very, very, very small and rather insignificant in the scale of the entire universe. So yeah, that's hang on. Warm enough in here now. Yeah, even looking at the kind of look from the pale blue dot, that view from Venus, God, from Neptune, as the camera's pointed back towards our planet, and just realizing how insignificant we are. Actually, point out that my guiding is like, holy smokes, is that ever really good tonight? Alright, let's go over to M51. Hello, M51. That should be available to us. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. Farts are from Uranus. Yes, we are all 12 years old. Who doesn't enjoy a good Alright, I'm going to hazard to say that M51 is not high enough up yet. Let a face palm in chat. Yes. Yes. Alright. M51 is not within reach right now. So, that being said, let's move over to... When is that going to be up? It's probably not going to be up for... maybe not even another hour for the Whirlpool Galaxy. All right. Let's see if we can get a look over at an elliptical galaxy in the Leo constellation. M67, he said. Yes, that's right. That was by the Beehive cluster. Let's have a quick look over at a star cluster, because we do have a broadband filter, and that should look fair. That should look really nice in there. Let's go watch the scope slew, and then that way I can watch if it actually mucks up, because we're supposed to be on a target. Time is on my side. Yes, it is. All right. This open cluster, we should get the whole thing in there, plus a couple of galaxies. There we go. That's high enough above the roofline to be able to get some images there. Ooh, yes. There you go. 5 seconds on an open cluster. You gonna jump into the future, see how this image turns out? I dig it. Alright, let's... This is also what I do like about the about open clusters and star clusters. Globular clusters is that we don't need a tremendous amount of time. You know we're photographing for serious when you have a serious space. I'd like to be able to image Sirius. Seriously. Alright, let's go with 3 minutes on there. Oof, big oofs. Buy one, get 16. That is a bargain. Sign me up. How are you doing? Your local time is 11 o'clock. That is correct. Light pollution, I am in a Bortle 5 area. Buy one, get 16. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on into the observatory. And welcome in for those who are just popping into the channel for right now. Welcome in. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And whenever the skies are clear, which they are right now in the east of England, we are shooting live images of space. Currently, right now, we are on an open cluster known as Messier 67. There's been a lot of targets tonight. We've had a lot of areas of the night sky we've been looking at there. It's 26.1 for me in the future. That's like 2 in the morning. B5, never thought you'd have them that good being near London. It's not too bad. I mean, I would say it's possibly even Bortle 6 with the changes in the street lights. So many LEDs being added in the area. I still have one area where it's there are some the low pressure sodium lamps that are still being used. But yeah, they're largely, the LEDs are largely taking over the town. So yeah, we're on an open star cluster, which is about 2,600 light years away from us. The Messier 67 is also cataloged as NGC 2682, and it's an open star cluster in the constellation Cancer, and is one of the most ancient star clusters known. Have some coffee. It's true. It may be... we'll be okay. We'll see how things go. So we go. Our image is 10 seconds away from the exposure being completed there. Usually what we'll do is we usually go like maybe 10 minutes on an object, depending on what it is in the night sky. With a star cluster like this one, which is nice and bright, there's no nebulosity associated with it, so we can go 3 minutes and get a pretty decent image coming out of there. That is a Captain America t-shirt. That is, I may or may not be Team Cap, you don't know. But yes, this is our image of M67, an open star cluster. Which for the most part, we haven't really been imaging these kinds of objects in the night sky, largely because the filter I've been using has been a narrowband filter, but this one lets in more light in the visible spectrum. It cuts out the light pollution, but it does let through a lot more light. It's a lot more of the towards the red end of the spectrum and the blue end of the spectrum, and kind of all that area in between is where you get most of your light pollution going in there. Even though I'm Team RIP Tony, we still Balkan Hood brothers. There you go. Good to know. Good to know. We can set aside our differences in our favorite superheroes. So yeah, a little more information on this target. Messier 67 is about 2,600 light years away, and about 12 light years in diameter, and is by far one of the oldest of Messier's open clusters. Its age is estimated between 3.2 and 5 billion years. The most recent estimate of 4 billion years, just slightly younger than our Sun, appears to be the most reliable. M67 is not the oldest known open cluster, but very few in the galaxy are known to be older. Among them is NGC 188 at about 5 billion years, and NGC 6791 at about 7 billion years old. Now, we have not imaged that 7 billion year old cluster, have we? 6791. Let's see. That's not the Intergalactic Wanderer, is it? 6791. That would be a negative. We have not imaged that one there. So adorable. Pookie. How are you, my love? Why are all the clusters older than Earth? They're metal poor stars, so they're not going to be fusing iron in their cores. So they have those opportunities to be long-lived stars, and whereas our star, I believe it's a third generation star, so it's had time to collect some of the other elements that have been created, some of the heavy elements, as other stars have gone supernova and ejected their guts into the universe. So yeah, some of those younger stars, they are very metal poor. So it's when other stars have gone supernova that they start to distribute those elements into the galaxy. You have a nice cup of tea? And as humans, we are lucky if we only live for 100 years if we're lucky. It's true. So on the galactic scale of things, yeah, it's everything is very long-lived, but to be able to see anything like that. Green dish towel. We are Stardust. Green dish towel. Should probably add a little more bleach to the wash cycle, but hey. How are you doing tonight? Thank you for popping in. We are currently looking at an open star cluster here. And that is an object that we don't usually image on here because we have a different filter. Tonight we are shooting in broadband. We are able to get some better details of objects in the night sky. And like I said, this is one of the oldest star clusters that we are able to image. And let's see, do we have any more little facts about this? It said 2,600 light years away, 12 light years in diameter. And there are some globular clusters which are much tighter knit groups of stars together. And in this image, there are a few galaxies hidden around this cluster. We're all stars in someone's heart, Nebula. It's true. Dustwind dude. I'm a star in my mom's heart. Oh, mine too. Wait, I'm a star in my mom's heart too. Cheesy, corny, doesn't matter. It's all good. It says 19.79 magnitude, class 5 Wardle. I don't know. 19th magnitude in Wardle 5. Longer integration time? Alright, there are some galaxies in here. Let me see if we actually caught any of them. Or, sorry, we did catch galaxies that are in here, but are they visible at all? We want to see any bit of a smudge. And this was only 3 minutes, and with the galaxies being 420 million light years away in this image somewhere, they're going to be remarkably faint. Alright, so what I need to orient is, where is that? A triangle. Alright. So somewhere over here, out of the way. Now we definitely would need to take a lot longer of an exposure to start to see those faint fuzzies in this image. We have imaged an area. Actually, I'll probably go over to that. Let's see if we have that available for a looking out towards the Virgo supercluster. Is any of those objects new? They're not high enough yet. We did start last time we did our imaging session. It was much later in the evening. We started about 10 o'clock. So last time we were only about an hour in. So there were some new targets tonight that we were shooting in broadband, and that's been really, really cool. And also being able to see the Orion Nebula in a live view. I thought that was pretty remarkable to actually have that available to us. So we'll pick another target. There was a galaxy we imaged. We imaged a galaxy a few weeks ago. Which one was it? It was like one of those galaxies that it's not one of the popular catalog numbers. We went over to it because it actually looked like a fair-sized target there. Alistair Riddick, how are you doing? Welcome into the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. Any planets and views at the moment? That would be a negative for me. Now, Mars and Uranus are out towards the west, and there's a fair-sized tree blocking me on that way, in that direction there. Milky Way core is early in the morning for the Greeks and the Egyptians. Welcome. The Canuck and Astro got me. Oh. Welcome on in. Good to see you in here. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And it is my pleasure to bring you guys images of the night sky. Currently we are looking at M67, a open cluster in the constellation of Cancer. And I think if I move up a little, I can go over to the Beehive cluster, at least get a portion of that. I don't know how well it's going to turn out. It's much larger than my camera sensor, the camera sensor and telescope are going to allow. But what was the one you were mentioning there, Lux? NGC 3344. Alistair, all the way from Barrie, Ontario. Holy potatoes. Welcome in. I am currently living in the east of England, and happy to share my Bortle 5 skies with you guys. But I've been to Barrie on several occasions. It's been a while since I've been back in that neck of the woods. All right, so let's go over to an elliptical galaxy in Leo. Let's see how that looks. That is available for us. It is near the star Regulus. And that is... Does it have a catalog number I can go to? Green Dish Tile. Haven't been to Canada in forever. So as long as you've been once, kind of label as a, if you enjoyed it, had a little sip of maple syrup. Won't hold anything. Haven't moved to England against you. No worries. Hey, it's all good. It's an adventure. You never know where life is going to take you. And for me, it has wound me in the United Kingdom for the past 10 years. I'd like to climb there at some point in the future. You want to go like out west towards like Alberta? Vancouver. You're doing my version of astrophotography. Putsy, how you doing, dude? How are things? Are you still awake, eh? NGC 3153. Watching the sunrise. Ooh, cool. I was born in England, but the two Aberdonians should visit the homeland someday. I look forward to the day when we can go visit wherever we want to. Watching this stream and clouds. Hey. They say we're hoping as many clouds are going to stay away as possible. IC591 is close enough to where we want to go. I can do a readjustment when we get there. So let's head over to an elliptical galaxy, which I don't know how it's going to turn out in the image there, but we'll give it a go. Oh, I got to make sure I save that image there. Watch time 0 seconds. Yeah, it's something up with stream elements and that command. It doesn't work on anybody's stream, and if it does, they're full of it. All right, IC591. All right, we are going over towards an elliptical galaxy, and hopefully I get this lined up correctly there. Yeah, welcome into the stream, guys. Appreciate you coming in, sticking around. It's been a wonderful evening. A rare occurrence when we have some clear skies in England. But when we do have clear skies, generally we do have nice, good, calm skies as well. We have a nice high pressure system that's rolled on through, and it's sticking around. It's probably going to be around here for the next few hours. I will most likely pick a target, which I was going to pick the Whirlpool Galaxy, but that's still not going to be up for a little while. So I'm gonna. All right, we'll see. We'll see what we'll check on it every now and then and just see what options we have, because I want to do a fairly long exposure on a target so that we do have something to work with when we have our rainy day astronomy sessions, and those are on Saturdays at about 8 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. And yeah, we will do some image processing and generally talk about astronomy as well and astrophotography, and just kind of get a rough idea of how it looks, how these single images kind of turn into those more wonderful looking images that you're going to see on like Instagram or on Twitter and areas like that. All right, that star, that should be all right. That should be good enough. Oh, why am I guiding? I shouldn't be guiding right yet. I need to frame this up a little better. All right. So this area that we're looking at, there should be an elliptical galaxy hidden around here. And me just make sure you can see where we are at. Should be better to. What is the orientation? Yeah, so we're gonna have to move over to the right. Yeah, if that heat map would work, then definitely we could see what our target is. Because I've never shot this one before. Yeah. All right. Let's have a quick look over. That should go. Oh, we'll see. We shall see. Why so serious? Do you normally do one long exposure or multiple short, medium, and long with different filters? We usually do some single exposures, and if I'm doing like a proper Astro image, then it will be, depending on the target, it will be kind of 5, 10, usually about 5-minute exposures is what I'll kind of do for an imaging session. That was a very good impression. Very, very nice. Thank you. Thank you. I try to parrot as many things as possible just because it's funny to hear. It's funny to hear. I like hearing other sound, other voices. But that doesn't sound right. See, you want to know how I got these scars? My father was a drinker, fiend. Are you an astrophysicist? Negative. I am an amateur astrophotographer who enjoys independently studying astronomy and sharing the night sky with you guys. I've been studying for about 4.5 years now, and I've always had an interest in astronomy. So yeah, it's this is my outlet to kind of solidify the knowledge base that I've been gathering over the past few years now. All right, does that look like the area that we want? All right, are we guiding? Yes, in my head, like a crowd telling me to buy a new telescope. That voice is very dangerous. The other voice, he hears your wallet going, "No, no!" No, please, no. No more telescopes. Alright, let's go 30 seconds and see if we were on target. I've never imaged this area, and I probably could have gone by the cardinal points there. Do you observe, pay attention to and ponder gravitational lensing. I do like seeing a lot of the images that do have, you know, gravitational lensing, and just realizing how that you can, you know, if they know the distance between both the objects, then they can recreate that image there. But I do like the idea of being able to, pardon me, if we could get a scope out far enough and use our own sun as a gravitational lens, then that would be pretty interesting. All right. Am I on target with this? I want to say no. Let's see, where are we at? Right ascension. 10. 8. Fairly close. Alright, I'm gonna punch these in manually because I'd like to get this centered. 9 minutes 30 minutes 35. 12 degrees. And go. And go. Alright. This should be on target for an elliptical galaxy, which we have never imaged before. I always like to try to pick out a new target, and there's Regulus, just off to the right, is what I would expect to see. So, yes, we are on target of where we want this to be. If anything, I might even move it over a tiny bit, which I will do, just to get Regulus out of the shot. Just a scoosh. There we go. All right, we will start that image. So yeah, in terms of gravitational lensing, I like looking at images like that and just trying to wrap my head around that as well. Yay. Okay, I see where we're at. All right, I'm going to leave it at this. We'll have those little diffraction spikes off to the right. That star is okay. That's fine, we'll stick with that. We are guiding. Let me reset that so I don't get... So we can see that the guiding looks a little better. Alright. Because this elliptical galaxy is probably going to be very dim, and will you settle? Will you settle, Petal? You do not want to settle. Why aren't you? Right. Guide. Now please settle. It's not as bright of a star. Like looking at things through the stem of a wine glass lengthways down the middle. Yes. Probably the easiest kind of quick visual that you could have on that there. Alright. This does not want to guide in this area. He will guide. We will look at this elliptical galaxy. See, these are the little gremlins that do pop up in the equipment every now and then. And now it says that it's guiding. Now it's still set. Now it's waiting, settling. How can there not be enough stars in this area to get a good guiding going on? Everything looks all right for the sky. All right, we're guiding. Let's start on that. Let's get that exposure rolling. All right, Razine, Astrophotography. Dude, have a very good evening. Get some rest. It is 20 minutes to 12. Boy, a little longer than I thought we were going to be going for. Have a very good evening. And for those of you who are not following Astrophotography on YouTube, if you're not subscribed to his channel, give him a follow. He does some great tutorials and has some great information on astrophotography gear. Check him out. Get him to 100,000 subscribers. Not like there's anything in it for me. Or Lux. Although 20 to 12 is still early. Yeah, it is. Lots of Photoshop, Affinity, and GIMP tutorials coming up. Excellent. Always like a varied selection of options for image processing. All right, we are currently imaging an elliptical galaxy, which is 850,000 light years from our solar system. Has a physical diameter of 2,771 light years. This is very small. Imagine having a college test tomorrow. If I had a college test tomorrow, I'd be wondering who the heck is paying my tuition. Because I am not enrolled in any university or college right now. There you go. While that image is rolling, I will not be making another coffee. I don't feel like I'm good with that. I've had my quota for coffee today. Because I do have to sleep at some point. But I am going to take a quick nip to the loo. Whilst we have our image rolling of an elliptical galaxy in the constellation of Leo. And then we will do a check on M51 for the Whirlpool Galaxy, see if that is going to be available. Alright. Yes, we'll take a brief 2-second break. You're gonna wait for the pick to come in, then hit the sack. No worries. I think that is a fair assumption on things, and I will quickly be back as soon as possible. I'm going to say, let's say 2 minutes, because there's no coffee making involved. This is just getting rid of the coffee. Alright. Where's my BRB screen? Hello? There we go. Alright. 2 seconds. 2 minutes. Be right back. Greetings! There we go. All good. How are you guys doing? How is everybody tonight? Thank you so much for sticking around. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys hanging around for the stream and enjoying the night sky with me. Appreciate that very, very much. Appreciate those who are lurking and just enjoying the sounds of my voice and the occasional sound of a raid. Thank you guys so much for the raids tonight as well. Appreciate meeting some new friends in on the raids, seeing some familiar faces as well. Appreciate you guys coming on in here. So yeah, we are currently waiting for our image of an elliptical galaxy, which is about 850. I forgot the facts on that there. This is the first time I've imaged this galaxy. This bit of a dwarf galaxy. About 815,000 light years away. And a diameter of 2,771 light years. So, fairly small. And some Heath Ledger voice mixed into. Well, it's simple. We just need to kill the Batman. Well, it's been a fun evening, and like I said, once the Whirlpool Galaxy kind of gets above the roof line, and we're able to get an image of that, and I'm trying to pick out when is that going to be. That is currently 40 degrees above the horizon. I'll check in about 15 minutes. We'll probably get at least 2 more images in, and I'll check on the Whirlpool Galaxy, see, pardon me, where that is. And you'd figure that I would actually memorize what degree that area of the night sky is above my my neighbor's rooftop and their chimney. Pretty good idea. Thank you. Switch to mobile so I can be in my bed chilling. Cool. If I was to switch to, I could not switch this in my bed at the moment. There'd be too much stuff to bring up there. But we could sing you a lullaby if you want. So yes, I gotta remember, it's probably about 45 degrees of when that is available. Yeah, it's probably within the next half an hour that Whirlpool Galaxy will be up above for me. And then what we'll do one image of the Whirlpool Galaxy in the broadband, and then I will set the ASI Air to take a series of images, and then we will let that run for the rest of the night. And yeah, we'll have an image to process on our rainy day astronomy session. At least that way, that's also an image that you guys have been a part of as well, leading up to it. So we'll wait for that to be ready. And where are we at with our current image? This face, this is my... That's a bit of a bust. All right. Do you have any opinion on the Quattro Newtonian? I do not, unfortunately. I have yet to... Let me have a look at that. Let me give a link. So if it's the one I briefly looked at Newtonian telescopes, but it was just wasn't in terms of space, how big, the size of them, they wouldn't be comfortably fit anywhere in this house. The house is about the size of a postage stamp. All right, so Regulus is just absolutely dominated this area. This little fuzzy bit right here, on mobile only, just say Quattro. All right, will do. Yeah, Regulus just was way too close in this shot. Although, all right, let's go in this direction. We can see a tiny little fuzzy patch. And that is that elliptical galaxy, 850,000 light years away. It's not too bad. Like I said, they're not all going to be gold. And yeah, Regulus is that close. I think if I was shooting this at 1600 millimeters at the native focal length for this one, Regulus would kind of be out of shot there. All right, is it G Goofer or is it Good Game Oof? Or which way am I calling you here? Goofer, GG, Oofer. G Goofer. All right, cool. I did have it right then. Well, if you're off, I appreciate you coming by. Glad to have you in the chat. Thank you so much for the bits as well. That's very generous and kind of you. Appreciate that. Hope to see you again on the next stream, which I post updates on Twitter and Discord for the most part. Tonight was a little, not so much impromptu, but I was more focused on work and couldn't get that all done on the updates there. But if you're following, you're going to get the alerts of when I go live. I post the schedule on Twitch on my channel for the schedule there. That gets updated weekly. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you again soon. And yes, we will be back with our at least rainy day astronomy on Saturday starting at 8 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. And if there's any surprise clear skies, we'll bust out the telescope and share more images of the night sky. Until then, have a very good evening, and we will catch you soon. So yeah, I'm happy with this image overall because I never imaged this before. Regulus just totally blowing everything out over to the left. But you know what? It's, like I said before, not every image that we're going to take is going to be gold. However, cool little side victory are these two galaxies here. Again, it's capturing these peripherals, the kind of the unexpected victories in an image there that I do like to capture. So we do have our elliptical galaxy just kind of faintly in the middle here. No Easter eggs there, no real galaxies over here. So yes, that galaxy just up above here is where I'm not pointing to. We have PGC 4533865 and IC 591. There are two galaxies here. One of them is 130 million light years away, and the other is, it does not say how far away this one is, but there are two galaxies in this little spot right here, and this little sliver went to market. is another galaxy that is 750 million light years away. So, notwithstanding what we're seeing right here, that is 815,000 light years away, but this is 750 million light years away. And not to be shortchanged by any other galaxies, we have another one on this side that is 440 million light years away. And this little smudge is another 430 million light years away. That's what I love about looking at these images, when you can find all these extra little targets outside of what your intended object of affection is. And it takes me several tries to get a good night shot perfected. I love these shots. It is mind-boggling. There are several times, if I am outside long enough, imaging and just looking up at the night sky, that there are several existential crises that do occur. Just knowing just how far, get an idea of how far away all of these targets are, and that there is no way in any human lifetime or human series of generations that you're going to get to these targets. But their light has reached us, and we are enjoying them as much as possible. Illions and illions of kilometers away, just illionizing. Billions and billions. I like the way how Carl Sagan said billions and billions. And just the way how his cadence and how much he enjoyed astronomy. And it was way more soothing to listen to his voice than anything else in astronomy. Yeah, I mean, everything we see in the night sky is in our own galaxy, with the exception of Andromeda. And it's those immediate objects that we see, and everything that's beyond that. When we're looking at areas like in the Virgo supercluster, we've had some images of that. Now do Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't know. I have to hear him say, Water. How he says water. Mrs. Canuck seems to get irrationally angry at the way how Neil deGrasse Tyson pronounces water. With his level of education, that somehow water comes out as water. Alright, so this overall, this galaxy, it was kind of cool to capture this, but again, all the other little faint fuzzies that are around here is just kind of like icing on the cake, really. See, that is a little too low for that target. Do we have a globular cluster that is within reach? I think we do. No, that's not a galaxy. No, you are too low. Actually, can we? Yes, we can. Let's go over to... We can get 2/3 of the Leo triplet or 1/3 of the Leo triplet. We had to get the Hamburger Galaxy or 2 of the spiral galaxies. Let's go for 2 galaxies. Let us go for 2 galaxies here. Unlurk! Re-enter the atmosphere, welcome back. Alright, let me center on M66, and then we will, we'll have a look over there. Let's just get over to that area of the night sky. I mean, we already kind of are over there, but let's get over to the galaxies. And let's save that. Save that. There we go. And over to M66. Sombrero possibly would be. Where is it? I think that's kind of Messier 104. That is low, however, we might be able to get it in a few weeks. It's almost in that kind of same position as Orion at this point, so possibly. Where is the Needle Galaxy? Yes! All right. Okay. We are on error. Cancel that. All right. Exclamation M66. I do want to be able to have. I do want a database. Now that you've dropped that in there, dish towel. That way, yeah. If we do have some objects coming out, that we have a little bit of a blurb on there, so it's not, just me rambling on about what we are looking at the moment. All right. Okay, so it's going to be... I want to get 2 galaxies in a shot. 2 large galaxies. But I also need... Actually, no, let's see if we change our field of view a little bit here. And we want to center right here. We're going to get 2 galaxies, 2 fairly large galaxies in one shot. One being 37 million light years away, and the other one being 42 million light years away. And it appears that we are having some gremlins crop up here. And it doesn't want to, doesn't always want to do what it's supposed to do. All right. This is 2/3 of the Leo triplet. There we go. We got some better stars now. We got some better stars available to guide with. This one's a little bright, but we're going to go with it. Let's get guiding there. We will start our exposure now. And stop that exposure because we want to make sure that it is guiding. Because if it's waiting to settle, which it shouldn't, it should be happy and guiding right now. I know the star is a little bright. I could probably drop the exposure to 2 seconds, so it's not as large of a target. All right, we're good. Let's go. So these two galaxies here in the constellation Leo, this is only a 5-second exposure, so I think with our exposure time of 10 minutes, that is going to look really, really, really cool. I did image these long ago. Did you even switch to sidereal? No. Well, it didn't really overall affect anything. This will probably just... I'm going to stop it. Oh, what's that? Still showing that there. There you go, restart. No. I didn't switch back to sidereal. Now we're back on it. Now we're back. All right. Okay, so we are waiting for this exposure to continue here. Or sorry, it is working. Hello, how you doing? Welcome on in. How many things can you have in the database? This is a new feature I just learned about yesterday. I'm not sure. I need to speak. I know that that Econ Greg, he has a database of where you can type exclamation info and then a target, and a fair little bit of information will pop up. And I don't know where he's calling that information from. But I do want to be able to have that on here so that, like I said before, it's not just me rambling on about the target. You can have a little preloaded information of what we're looking at there. So yeah, I'll show you guys where we are in the night sky currently. And now, how have you been? How have you been? All right. So, in the night sky, we are currently looking at... We are in the constellation of Leo. We are just over by Regulus, where that star pretty much photobombed our image. But we are over here at the Leo triplet. There is M61, M66, and M65, but also added is NGC 3628. And the three of those, I guess I probably could have really squeezed it in. Actually, the rotation isn't correct on here. There you go. That's about the field rotation that we have. So we wouldn't be able to... Oh, son of a biscuit. Probably could have. Oh well. Too late now. We've already started. It's a little different in Sky Safari. Not bad, other than hail and rain. That's no good. I just want to get my Astro groove on again. Likely be a couple of weeks. Jelly over those clear skies. Well, you know, it is a rare clear sky that we've had. We were all right for Saturday. Tonight was a bit of a surprise. I wasn't sure that we were going to have this luck with the sky, but you know, we're gonna take advantage of it. And if it does mean you know, maybe an hour or two less of sleep, I can catch up on it tomorrow. It is all good. I know, poor Hamburger Galaxy gets missed out. However, what I'm going to do after this target is we're going to go over to the Needle Galaxy, which I imaged like probably 3-4 years ago now, like right at the beginning of my astrophotography endeavor. I think I should have that image available. Pandemic Watch must be edge on. Yes, the Needle Galaxy is an edge on galaxy. And it is like severely edge on to us. And what's going to be cool about this image is that we'll have the Needle Galaxy, but there's also going to be about 6 other galaxies in the upcoming image. Right now we're on the 2/3 of the Leo triplet, because my field of view on Sky Safari kind of lied to me. I probably could have squoze in all 3 of them with the you know, at the sacrifice of a little bit of either galaxy. Although I do have a lot of vignetting around the image kind of coming through there, and that's just because the filter I'm using was designed for was a clip filter for a Canon camera, and it has been put into a 2-inch filter adapter. And yeah, so it's not the not the best. It's a little too far away from the sensor on this camera, so it does offer, there's a little bit of vignetting there. You'd like to boost the sleep music so I can time travel when the photo is done. Uh-oh. Oh, shoot. Oh, well, I've hit a button again. There you go. Tiny little bit. Did you see the Leo triplet? I did. I have 2/3 of it. We're getting 2 galaxies at once. Sleep enabled, over and out. Lux, appreciate you being in here. Appreciate you hanging out for since the stream began. 5, oh my god. Really? We've been going for almost 6 hours now? Alright, a little longer than I thought that we were going to. Yep, almost 6 hours. A little longer than I thought we were going to be going tonight. But Lux, thank you very much for tuning in. Appreciate you hanging around with us. And we'll see you on the next one. If not on here, we'll see you in one of Putsy's streams. Yes, we are currently waiting for this exposure to be complete. This is a 5-second exposure of these 2 galaxies, the 2/3 of the Leo triplet. So after 5 seconds, I'm excited to see how the 10-minute exposure is going to turn out, and we are just over 2 minutes away from that, so not much longer for that to come out there. Time traveling for the photo, not gone yet, but did the outro already. No worries. Preemptive snoozy good nights. Sergio, How are you? Are you going to get a better filter? I am looking into it. I have I've asked a few people on what they use for a broadband filter, and yeah, just try. I'm weighing out what the next purchase is going to be for any astrophotography gear. It probably will be closer to getting a broadband filter because we will be kind of moving into the galaxy season fairly soon, and just depending on, you know, we have limited targets in the Milky Way while we're as we're kind of edging towards the springtime. So, and also as illustrated, you get more light transmission as well, and there's not as many emission nebulae in this kind of area of the night sky that I have access to at this point. So I think, yeah, probably a better broadband filter is probably going to be the next purchase. And that's not too bad. It's about it's around the 150, 170 pounds for the filter. So we'll see how finances go for the next month or two. Constababble, hello there. First time here, looking like a good old time. Well, hey, thank you very much for coming in. Good to have you in here. We are currently waiting for an exposure to finish. We are 30 seconds away from completing this exposure of 2 galaxies that are about 34 million light years away. 37 and 38. Come on, get back in there. Come on, data. There you go, 35 and 42 million light years away. So that image will pull through right now. There we go. Oh, smokes. All right. Sometimes I never know what's going to come out the other end of the camera. So these 2 galaxies in the constellation of Leo. Do they have a black hole? There's a fair chance that they do. Most galaxies are, if there is a bit of a bulge on a galaxy, that there is going to be a supermassive black hole in the middle there. Pandemic Watch, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the community. Glad to have you in. Good to see you in here. For science, yes. For science and fun. Just being able to share the night sky with you guys as often as possible. Good to have you in here. Gone now with the Orion Nebula. Sleep to the west. All right, Lux, thank you very much for coming in. Have a good snooze. Don't even think about ghosts. Have a nice slumber. And we'll catch you on the next stream. You're all about science and fun. Well, welcome in. Glad to have you in here. Welcome into anybody who's new to the channel at the moment. Good to have you in here. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. Constababble, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the observatory. Good to have you in here. Yes, I am the Astro Canuck, and I'm living in the east of England. And the name can be a little bit of a misnomer. I am Canadian born. I've been living in the UK for the past 10 years, but I like to share the night sky with you guys as often as possible. And tonight we are looking at, mainly we're looking at galaxies. Earlier on, we were looking at the Orion Nebula. We were looking at the moon because we had a full moon just staring right down the barrel of the telescope. But right now we are on 2/3 of the Leo triplet. And let's, I'm going to do a bit of a histogram stretch on here so we can try to get a little more contrast out of this. We boost a few details. Yeah, that is not too bad. And where in Canada are you from? I'm from Toronto originally. been living in the UK for the past 10 years and been doing this for the past since October. At least doing this Twitch. We've been doing astrophotography for the past 4 years. Did a high school exchange in Canada. Interesting. Where are you originally from then? Generally. These look gravitationally entangled, much like Milky Way and Andromeda. Let's see, what is the information? It's been a while since I've... So M65's disk appears to be slightly warped, and this relatively recent burst of star formation also suggests an external disturbance. The two other galaxies in the Leo triplet may have interacted with it about 800 million years ago. M65 may also have a central bar, a feature, which is suggestive of tidal disruption, though it is difficult to tell because the galaxy is seen from such an oblique angle. So it does seem like there was some interaction early on, but they may be moving. It sounds like they might be actually moving away from each other. It's been a while since I've kind of read up on these two galaxies and also had the opportunity to image them. You're Australian. Oh, awesome. We have a few friends of the channel who are Australian as well. It's always good to meet more people from all around the world, and I think this is the opportunity with Twitch just to kind of meet people with similar interests is always really cool. So that's I like the oops. The structure on M66, when it actually kind of does resemble a bit of a 6 as well, but just the dust lanes. Now, you know, we're stretching this as pretty far, and also you can see this vignette. You see this kind of square? That is, you know, the sensor. Sorry, the filter that's in there does have like a weird cut-off shape to it, and we're seeing that vignetting. So yeah, definitely do want to change that filter out there so I have an even distribution of signal coming through. And I'm using this is my own gear, Concept Apple. This is the this is our telescope. It's an 8-inch Ritchie Chrétien design reflector, and it holds a ZWO ASI 533 dedicated astronomy camera on the back there. So this is our little kit in my back garden. There's not a whole lot of room available. There's not many angles that I can kind of keep this with a clear shot of players to get my alignment right. So there are you can see the tree over here. That is a source of aggro. The warp is clear enough that your image sparked my gravitation question. Yeah, so yeah, that is kind of cool to see that you can start to recognize when something just doesn't look quite right. Like when galaxies are nice and nicely shaped elliptically, and you know everything looks nice and uniform overall. Then yeah, once something kind of mucks around with its gravitational field, then it becomes very apparent that something somewhere it's had a chance encounter with something else there. I wonder what the chances of there being a bearded alien taking pictures of the Milky Way right now over stream. I don't know. Crazy to think, though, right? Alright, I like this image. This is, there have been a couple of images tonight that have been a bit of a stinker, and, you know, we'll pick some targets that are new. Well, I try not to get exactly the same shot every night, but, you know, the night sky only moves so far, and there's only so many targets that are going to work out fairly well for a single exposure. And, you know, this, after that 5-second exposure of these two galaxies, that didn't disappoint. That was a pretty decent image that's kind of come through there. So I'm going to save that down. That's what a bearded alien would say. I swear I'm not an alien. Alright, we'll move over to the... We'll head over to the Needle Galaxy, which is a target that I have imaged in the past, and it appears much larger in the sensor than these two galaxies. Zlibo, if I'm saying it right or wrong. Zlibo, how you doing? Welcome into the observatory. Glad to have you in with us. We have finished our image of M66 and M65, two galaxies in the constellation of Leo. 2/3 of the aforementioned Leo triplet, or as I've been told. To be honest, I don't know how to say it either. Alright, fair enough. Good to have you in here. How are you doing tonight? Alright, so we're going to go over to the Needle Galaxy, which probably should already immediately show up really nice in this target. I am controlling the telescope with a ZWO ASI Air. It's a Raspberry Pi computer that attaches out to my telescope out there. And I'm able to control it through my laptop with what? Oh, that's right. It's not an M. It's not an Messier object. It's the new general catalog 4565. All right, let's head over there. And I'm going to say that we're probably rolling into the kind of last couple of images of the night, because I do have work in the morning, and I should get a little bit of sleep. But I do enjoy taking these images of the night sky, sharing them with you guys, and, you know, if there's any kind of questions that crop up, I'm happy to try and answer them as best as possible. And if I don't have the exact answer, A, I won't BS, and B, it gives me an opportunity to at least kind of look into things a little further, and, you know, just build up my knowledge base, and that way I can kind of deliver some more interesting images, more accurate and interesting information to you guys. And it just it's what I love to do, and this is what I love doing. I know, work. Are you using a pre-made script for the Raspberry? This is all included with the ASI Air. That's a product by ZWO. And the Air is that little device right there. It's loaded with all of their program. It works best with ZWO's proprietary cameras, and it will also work with a handful of other DSLR cameras. I guess the only caveat with getting this piece of equipment is that you are limited to their selection of cameras. Not that they're bad. I mean, all the images that we're seeing are coming out of the 533 model. but some people would maybe have some other choices for cameras, and there are other Raspberry Pi controlled devices or just other personal computers that you can have out there that'll work just fine. All right, so there is our image of the Needle Galaxy, just a 5-second exposure on the Needle Galaxy, and that's already starting to look really, really cool. So let me make sure that our guiding is going to be happy chappy. I'm going to go over to let's pick this star. Just in case there's any haze. I always like to pick a star that's a little bit brighter than it should be in terms of guiding, just in case there's any haze that's going to start rolling through, despite how it says it's clear. You know, I want to be able to make sure that any of that will punch through some thin cloud layer. It's not gonna upset our image too much. So we're going to start that exposure right now. This is a German equatorial mount. What the heck was that? The German equatorial mount. This part here. This axis is aligned towards Polaris, and this axis here is your right ascension, which is what follows the curvature of the Earth, and then where the telescope sits, that's your declination, which is going to go will point your east to west. So yeah, the right ascension is north-south. Whereas an alt-az mount just goes up and down and left and right. So when you're taking images with an alt-az mount, you're going to have to deal with field rotation of the image because it's not going to track it along. But there are some programs that will do image derotation, but that does start to crop in your image a little bit there. I know the Stellina telescope from Vaonis. Those scopes they'll do derotation in there, and that's, I think, in terms of doing outreach in the field with the Vaonis product. I think that's actually pretty cool to have that available. I haven't tried one out for myself, but the whole idea of it, to be able to have a bunch of people connect to that same telescope and have those images come through on their phones or their tablets or whatever they're using, is a great way for outreach. In this way, you guys are sitting comfortably wherever you are. If you're sitting uncomfortably, why? I'm fairly warm in my kitchen. As I turn on my heater again, thin walls in a 150-year-old house doesn't have the greatest insulation. So the corners might get jagged and deteriorate. Yeah, if it's doing it, whatever program you're using, if it doesn't do it like an automatic field rotation, if you're just using the alt-az scope, then everything's just going to get kind of cropped in, and it'll just it'll work out. It should work out all the areas that have to be cropped. It wouldn't be too much overall. But yeah, definitely if you're going to be using an alt-az scope, then you know that you're going to have to make sure that your target is fairly centered, and everything else on the peripheral, you just have to be okay with that getting cropped out there. Although in the same way for what we're doing here, I have a fair portion of the image that's getting cropped out. Well, we're not doing a full astrophotography process on these images, but it's the filter that I'm using right now. It's designed for a camera, or for a clip filter into a camera there. So this is a little farther away from my sensor at the moment, so you can see that the vignetting coming through. But we'll get that sorted out in the coming weeks, and then we'll get some even better images rolling through. I used to stargaze, but had no CCD. Did have good I did have go-to tracking that helped a little bit. Yeah, I think the starting off with a go-to scope is a fine option if you're kind of just getting into astrophotography or even just stargazing, because sometimes it can be difficult also depending on the focal length of the scope that you get. If you have a nice wide field, then it's nice to kind of look at open clusters and other globular clusters, whereas if you're using a long focal length, like my first telescope was 1500 millimeters, and I would get the moon would be like would fill up the whole viewfinder there, and that's pretty long for like a first scope. So luckily it was go-to, and then afterwards I did move on to a manual Skywatcher Star Adventurer, which at that point I had a better idea of what was up in the night sky, what kind of stars to follow. So it's that progression of kind of knowing what my goal was, and then just following the equipment along to kind of reach that point of where we wanted to be with astrophotography. Fun fact, your house is older than that first picture of M31. Imagine. All the hoopla this place has been through. Well, that go-to came later. It's hard to keep image in frame, I remember. With an alt-az scope, yeah, it can be difficult because it's just the tracking and everything isn't as efficient as an equatorial mount. It's not designed so much for long-term exposures. At least with the alt-az mount, it's really it is fairly easy to use. If I turned off the mount motor, I could still move stuff around to position if I was doing anything else. But at least with that, you need to have a little bit of tracking at 1500 millimeters for focal length, because I just wouldn't be able to. Wouldn't be able to operate correctly. Nothing. So yeah, we are 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Yeah, about 4 minutes away from our image of the Needle Galaxy coming through. Guiding is looking pretty good. So what I think is what's really cool about what we should be seeing in this image once it comes through is the Needle Galaxy itself, but there's also going to be about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 6 galaxies, 7, or probably at least 4 or 5 that are going to be readily visible in the image there. So that's what I do like about kind of shooting out towards interstellar space, where we get a clearer view of galaxies and some planetary nebulae and globular clusters as well. When you're looking out into the band of the Milky Way, yes, all of the nebulae are wonderful to look at. However, it does, there is that kind of zone of avoidance where you're not going to see anything. You're not really going to see anything farther past our own galaxy. There are some faint objects. We have imaged a galaxy that was 230 million light years away behind the California Nebula. So things like that are always kind of cool to find in and around the cosmos. I did a little research. So far, it looks like there isn't a limit to the number of chat commands you can have. Alright, so I can just... That would be a definite project to at least do the Messier objects. So to be able to write out a little blurb on each of the 110 Messier objects is a start. I'm sure there's got to be a database or something I can kind of pull information from as well. I think that would be beneficial. And even if there are any kind of upcoming targets, you know, get an idea. Also, there would have to be a list of what is actually available to me, because, like I said, I have in my back garden, I have a very limited. Oh, I need a constellation art. Bring up the sun a little bit. There we go. So yes, in my background, this is where the telescope sits. I kind of held the camera up right by the mount as I did a 360 shot. But over to the south and to the west, trees. More trees. To the north, at least I have a shot of Polaris. So that is all right. And over to the east and up towards the zenith and kind of like high south area, we can get some images from. So at least that way, if we have a list of objects that are available, so that we know, so you know, we're aware of what is available to us, and not be disappointed with hoping that we can catch a cool object which is inaccessible. Be it because it's either behind my neighbor's house or my house, which I'm not about to knock my house down. I've petitioned my neighbors several times to allow me to bulldoze their house, but they are not having any of it. So for now, we'll deal with it. Excuse me, who are you? Selfish they are, yes! How dare they? Ooh. You look like a nice galaxy for a narrowband image. Funny. Well, they have the Needle Galaxy in here. Huh. So the Needle Galaxy is there, but it's not there. This is a bit of a problem for trying to pick objects in Stellarium the odd time. Cranplatz Larry. Larry, how are you? How strong is your data taking affected by optical background from surrounding light? And by the way, good morning. Good morning to you. Welcome in. How are you? It's not too bad. At 1 in the morning, in about 15 minutes, the streetlights turn off in my area. And that greatly improves the amount of imaging I'm able to do. And it's able to really cut out a lot of the light pollution. I'm in a Bortle 5 area, possibly a 6, I would say, but overall we're getting some pretty good images. And we do have our image down there, a little farther, not the scope, just down a little farther. Again, Mai has joined the observatory. Hello again. Good to see you again. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Good to see you guys coming to the channel. Before we go into our image, a few of you are new here. It looks. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I am in the east of England, and we are taking live images of the night sky. Currently, down there, we have our image of the Needle Galaxy. The Needle Galaxy is a prominent and famous face-on spiral galaxy in the constellation of Coma Berenices. It was discovered by William Herschel in 1785, visible through a small telescope. Some sky enthusiasts consider it to be a prominent celestial masterpiece. Let's have a look at this celestial masterpiece. This was a 10-minute exposure using this telescope in my back garden. And holy smokes. That 10-minute image is better than anything that I've imaged in the past of the Needle Galaxy. This galaxy itself is 39 million light years away. Let's adjust a bit of that contrast there. Because that is a wonderful, that nice, that very nice bulge at the center of the galaxy. Helped formed by a supermassive black hole. A large dust lane cuts across the nucleus of the galaxy, and it blocks and reddens the light from the interior. It's easily seen in an 8-inch telescope, which we are using, an 8-inch telescope. And this galaxy is much like two other notable examples, M104 and NGC 891. This galaxy is 30 to 50 million light years distance. Images are often used in textbooks, and it is assumed that this galaxy resembles our own Milky Way, seen from outside the galactic equatorial plane. '40s Gamer! I like it too. How are you doing tonight? Larry! Cranplatz Larry. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. We are currently looking at the Needle Galaxy, or NGC 4565 if you want to get, numerically specific. Well, this is about 39 million light years away, and it is absolutely gorgeous. Let's get in a little closer there. We'll bring it in for the real thing. Now we are amplifying some of the noise. I mean, the camera I have is cooled down to minus 10 degrees below zero, and we are seeing some thermal noise, but that is much less than is expected from a regular DSLR. This is a camera that is designed to take images of outer space. So what I was saying before, not only do we have this image of the Needle Galaxy, but there are also other faint fuzzies in the area. This galaxy is NGC 4562. That is a smaller spiral galaxy and is 36 million light years away. We have another tiny galaxy just over here. And that little cutie is 310 million light years away. So as I was looking up into this, the out towards interstellar space, you have your bright, beautiful, giant galaxies that are your object of affection, but just everything else that can be in this image that is a bit of a faint fuzzy. What else do we have? There's another, this is oh, it's just behind here. There's another little galaxy just behind, just above these two stars. And that one itself is 430 million light years away. Awesome. I love capturing these images, and I love sharing these images with you guys. So what we're going to do, we're going to go over to one more galaxy, because it is almost 1 in the morning for me. Iron XX Dagger. Iron Dagger. Welcome in. Welcome to the observatory. How are you doing tonight? Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. Happy to have you guys in with me tonight. We're going to go over to our, what I would say, our ultimate target of the evening. If it is available, it really should be at this hour. And that will be M52, the Whirlpool Galaxy. And what I plan to do is, after we get this this first image of the galaxy, is I'll continue to let the camera keep shooting throughout the night, and we'll have a stack of images kind of together that we'll be able to share with you guys, and that will be coming up on the next stream at most on Saturday. And my streams are largely dependent on the weather, naturally. Excuse me. But there are times when we will do streams that are not directly related to immediate astrophotography. We'll kind of have some astronomy chats going on. But yeah, we are going over to our last target. Let me make sure I save this. This image of the Needle Galaxy. We always take a screenshot. I do upload these images that we have taken up onto the Discord server. There is the section of images from the stream. And yeah, if you guys are astrophotographers yourselves, there's a space to post your images, throw your Instagram on there. And for those who are subscribers to the channel, there is a section that holds some of the data that I have imaged from the night sky that you guys can have a crack at processing. How heavy is your scope? It is, what is it, about 9 kilos, I believe. I think so, something like that. It's a little awkward to kind of get up on the scope, because I do have to have the scope lifted up fairly high just to kind of get over my just to get over this roof line there, so we get some early enough imaging time. Because my back garden is very narrow as well, so there's very limited space where I can actually put the telescope to get a good view of the night sky and be able to align it to our pole star. All right. We are going to go over to M51, the Whirlpool Galaxy. This could better show up in there. Right, this will be, yes, we have the Whirlpool Galaxy in view. Yeah, it is the scope itself. It really is. There is the primary mirror in the back. Is Freylev. Freylev, how are you? Welcome into the observatory. Thank you very much for joining our community. How are you doing tonight? This it's largely this primary mirror at the back. All the rest of this is hollow. There is a smaller secondary mirror at the front, and that is kind of the. There are some telescopes that can be this size that are much heavier. They have more glass elements within it. This telescope mainly consists of 2 mirrors, and then it goes into the camera back here. The less that you can have between your target and the camera, in terms of either mirrors or lenses, the better light transmission you're going to have, and that way there's less chance of like your image getting mildly distorted, and just having to take more time to collect your images. So those who kind of do imaging with their DSLR cameras and their kit lenses, it's not a bad choice to start off with. If that's what you have, then that's a fine start to do astro imaging with. But it's just to kind of keep in mind that there are dozens more glass elements in a camera lens, with a varying focal length than there are in most of the telescopes that you're going to have. You're going to have very few elements in there. All right, mild worry about what I'm seeing at the moment. I would like this to be more centered. So this is a 5-second exposure of the Whirlpool Galaxy. We're going to do a little bit of a longer exposure and just make sure that we are able to. I need to center it, and the program that I'm using will actually do an auto center for me, and that way we're able to place our target exactly where we want it to be in our field of view. That way, you're not going to have something that's kind of off center, and if you kind of pick a new section, it's going to be all wonky when you stack your image together. And for this one, because we will be stacking this image, I do want it to be dead center. Now there's something up. Why is it doing that? Camera's fine. It's all good. Solving and calculating. This is new. This error is new. All right. Sorry. Are the mirrors in the telescope heated to prevent condensation of water? Yes, I do have. I do have a dew band for the primary mirror and on the guide scope. I do have a dew heater that is set for the secondary mirror up at the front, and that has yet to be installed because I have not had a warm enough day to be able to apply the silicone sealant on there. All right, this is not what I was hoping for. Why do you not want to? I do not want to plate solve. No. A little off center. Alright, that is alright. How is the Celestron Nexstar 8SE as a starter telescope? There you go, too much scope, not enough mount. Just your honest opinion on 8SE. Astro Beard, I would... yeah, I would follow the advice of Astro Beard as well. It's, because that's going to be sitting on an... Nexstar 8SE, that's going to be on an Altaz mount. And... it depends. If you're going to want to be doing astro imaging, it's going to be a little tough at that, you know, that focal length and with an Altaz mount. I would say even go to something a little smaller if you're going to be running an Altaz. Kenny! Kenny, how are you? Alright, with why it won't do any plate solving, why it's not going to move any farther. I'm just going to have to... Actually, let's try this out. NGC 5195. No, I'm faffing about too much with this. Alright. Let's get this image going on the Whirlpool Galaxy. That'll be really... that's going to look... it's going to be very interesting coming out the other end there. So as you can see, it's a bit of a difference outside. It's a little darker. It's 1 in the morning. The street lights have turned off. And that's going to eliminate any major gradients that are going to appear in the image there. So that's going to be a benefit there. Actually, I'm going to have to check the weather and see how it's going. Because if it is going to... if the weather's going to turn for the worse, which it has done in the past, I do not want to be caught out with my scope unprotected. So I may end up having to kind of wrap up the session altogether. And it looks like, yeah, the weather is going to start turning on me very soon. So we'll finish this 10-minute image of the Whirlpool Galaxy, which is fine. That was the intention of what the final image was going to be. But I'm probably going to have to end up picking a different night where we are able to get some imaging on there. Doing well. It's cozy, snowy night here, so no photos tonight. Don't mind a cozy, snowy night every now and then. You know, there's a time and place for a duvet day. You know, always nice to be warm and snuggly. So yes, we'll wait for our image to roll in there, and we'll start a long good evening or good morning, depending on where you guys are. It's snowing. I got nothing down here. You like that saying? Never heard it before. A duvet day. It seems to be a bit of a colloquialism in the United Kingdom, or a duvet day. But just the sound of it is like nice and cozy. Just kind of you picture that you get your you get a couple of pillows, you get your duvet, you get all snuggled in on the sofa. You pick a favorite movie to have on that you don't mind falling asleep to. You know, just a warm, snuggly kind of day. So yes, I want to thank you guys very much. And it's in a hot cuppa, that's true. We are waiting for our image of the Whirlpool Galaxy to come in, but I thank you guys very much for hanging out with me tonight. It's not very often when we have such a long stretch of a clear night. Sometimes it'll be like the end of the evening. Other times we have maybe a couple hours before the clouds roll in after work. But it's been fantastic. I enjoy it, and a lot of new faces in the channel as well. That's fantastic. And those who have stuck around for a very, very good portion of the stream. And thank you guys. Pandemic Watch, thank you. Glad you enjoy it. Glad you guys are having a good time in here, because I am enjoying sharing this experience with you guys as well. Because what I feel is special about these images is visual astronomy is great. It's really cool to look through a telescope, see the moon, see a globular cluster, see the ring nebula, but then that's it. The photons finish in your eye, in the back of your retinas, and it's in your mind, and that's about as far as it goes. When we're doing something like this, when we're doing astrophotography, we're able to share the night sky with many more people. You know, there have been quite a few people coming in and out of the channel tonight, and that is fantastic. You know, whether you're here for a short time, for a long time, I appreciate you guys sticking around. I appreciate you guys with the lurks. Even if you're stopping by to say hello, you got some other stuff to do, I appreciate that as well. Just thinking to that little bit just to say hello. I appreciate that immensely. Happy to have found your stream. I'm glad to have you in here. You guys are fantastic. I still like to listen. Yay. It was fun indeed. Excellent. Well, look, we are probably about, what, 5 minutes to go for our... A little under 5 minutes to go for our Whirlpool Galaxy M51. I have imaged this before, and it was at the beginning of the first lockdown in the UK back in April, May, when we had some time with the night sky. We had a long stretch. I think it was about 2.5 weeks of clear skies, and to the point where I was like thinking, what other targets can I shoot? This is crazy. I hadn't had such a time with the night sky. It's not that I was getting bored. I was almost getting burnt out from almost lack of sleep as well. But it was amazing. So I did have quite a few. I had over 24 hours with the Whirlpool Galaxy, and it's a bit of a bummer that the clouds are going to be rolling in, and I'm not going to get much time with this target. But it's at this point in the night sky, at this point in the season, that Whirlpool Galaxy is going to be there for quite a while. The Pinwheel Galaxy is very, very close behind. And those are two targets that are going to be absolutely amazing. I have shot them in the past, but now with this camera and this telescope, I have recently acquired them in the past 8 months. So there's still tons of targets out there and that I haven't been able to get to, be it weather or just position in the world. So it is going to be a good time to capture these photons and share them with you guys as well, because maybe you're not in an area where you can see these targets. You might be in a heavily light polluted area. You could be in an inner city where you can barely see a full moon. So it's an absolute pleasure to share this with you guys. I appreciate you guys sticking around. I'm going to check out for somebody to raid as well while we're waiting for this image to come through, so we are prepared, so I can kind of pack things up as well and get to snooze for a little bit there. Quark Mark hanging around, appreciate that. And I do thank you guys for the time stuck around here, the follows, those who have donated bits, those who have subscribed to the channel tonight, those who have resubscribed. And like I've said in the past before, it is always appreciated for any donations, any subscriptions, any bits that are coming through. It's never necessary for those to be joining in on the channel there. any kind of finances that come in from all of this that I'm doing goes towards astrophotography gear. It's what I can do to give you guys some more interesting images of the night sky and being able to image longer. This dew heater system that we have set up on the telescope there was funded in part from the subscriptions and the donations that have come in. And that's a big help because we're in the UK. It's always moist out here. The national flower is mildew. To be able to combat that condensation to build up on the scope, we don't have to cut our nights off early. You know, we're able to go the whole night long and not have to worry about any fog building up and just ruining our night. So yeah, it's little things like that I want to be able to do and am able to do with this channel, and it's fun. I have a blast doing this. You know, so hopefully you guys are having, you've had a good evening as well. You've maybe learned a couple of things, and there is definitely a few things that I'm gonna have to go back, and I do want to go back and research a little more so to have a clearer answer for you guys in the future. Awesome communities, honored to be a part of it all. Well, happy to have you in here, and happy that Quarkmark, that you are sharing the night sky as well. There are some new people in the channel as well tonight. So I need to drop another shout out for you there, because when I go to bed, most likely that Quarkmark is going to be picking up the slack, astronomically speaking, and he'll be doing some astrophotography as well. So drop him a follow, check him out when you can. He loves astrophotography about as much as I do, if not more, who knows. Alas, you got clouds, but soon. There's the community of astrophotographers are starting to grow. And in fact, I got to drop a couple other shout outs in here as well, because these are other people who do astrophotography as well. They're in different places on the globe. Oh, did I spell that wrong? I think I did. Y'all need to come to the southwest in the United States. Clear skies for days and very dark. Yes, there is the western area of the United States are very, very nice. And if you got the elevation as well, that helps out too. What is... Oh, God. He is a Turkish streamer. Just in case you want other... that's why. Let's get the spelling right. Boom, there you go. There is another wonderful human who does astrophotography. So if I'm not on, there's a chance that one of those three are going to be on as well. So our image of the Whirlpool Galaxy is in. It's right down there. Let's see. We are going to go over to... You know what? I want to send you guys... Oh, I know some of you have probably been involved in this before. But I appreciate if you guys are going to stick around for the raid. We're going to be raiding one more time the most underrated Twitch streamer around. He has the maximum amount of channel point rewards that you can have for Twitch. I have 4 interesting ones and 2 bog standard. he has 50 options. You can control his stream to the nth degree. I like to build him up. He is a very fun streamer. We will be rating Lost Prophet. He is a fantastic personality. And we will drop that in. I appreciate if you guys can stick around for that raid. But first, here is our image of the Whirlpool Galaxy. Two interacting galaxies, 28 million light years away. And being able to see the details in this galaxy, and also catching another galaxy up here. That's what I love about being able to see more galaxies, more objects than what we were actually aiming for. There you go. Face on Spiral Galaxy interacting. And they're absolutely gorgeous. And what I love seeing also is all these, you know, the motion, the extra, the wayward bits of the galaxy NGC 5194, to be able to see that kind of motion in space. That they are 28 million light years away. And the very pronounced spiral structure of the Whirlpool Galaxy is believed to be the result of the close interaction between M51 and its companion galaxy 5195 in the New General Catalog. Decades ago, it was not known with certainty whether the smaller galaxy, NGC 5195, was a true companion or another galaxy passing at a distance. The advent of radio astronomy and subsequent radio images of M51 unequivocally demonstrated that their interaction is real. Hey, 40s Gamer! Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate that. It was very kind of you. Like watching a cosmic train wreck in slow motion. Yes, it is. This is one of those targets there. It's always it's a popular target. And also I always love imaging these targets for myself. Because, you know, we've captured these photons. We've sat here for the past 10 minutes. You've listened to me ramble on about all sorts of things, and you know, we're catching these photons together. We're sharing this area of the night sky. You know, these photons are for us and only us. You know, so I'm happy to have you guys in here and witnessing these images coming through the scope. If you could be setting up everything as well, you'd have a little, you just kind of build up that anticipation just a little more. Although if everybody was kind of in my back garden, it would be crammed. So it's nice that we have this option. It's just interesting to think that these galaxies from viewing to viewing are more static than a mountain, at least on a human scale. There's very few objects out there that we can watch evolve in a human lifetime. I keep forgetting every time. There's an image on Astro Bin of the Crab Nebula. It's a GIF that is over 10 years of imaging the Crab Nebula. You can see a tiny bit of movement. You can see that little bit of expansion there. Yes, 40s Gamer, you're playing. Hey, I'm happy to have you in here. Happy that you chose me for your monthly Prime membership. I do appreciate it very much. So yes, that is our image of the Whirlpool Galaxy. Can I get any more detail kind of pulled out of there? I also like to try and push them a little farther just to... Nah, that's pushing it too far. But yeah, the filter I'm using is better for imaging galaxies because it's letting a lot more light through. It's not such a narrow band pass. Love the cyclotron pulsar and things undulating. Love the crab one. That is really cool to see. To be able to see something actually moving out in space and realizing that things aren't this static permanence of stars just sitting there for our pleasure. So yeah, we have got some galaxies that are, you know, a few million light years away to nearly a billion light years away. There's so many more targets. There's so many other options that we're going to have in the come galaxy season. I will be switching up some of the scopes to try to get a wide field view of some of the galaxies where we can have a few hundred galaxies in a single image. I think something like that is incredible. So once I'm going to do a little more research into what we have available for filters, for broadband filters. That way, you know, we're not stuck with a bit of this vignetting over the image there. You can see that, you know, around the corners, we're losing a lot of data around there. So I would rather be able to have a nice wide aperture image on things. But yeah, just for a quick reference of what that galaxy is up there, that's 140 million light years away. Like I said before, all those peripherals, 28 million light years away for this one, 140 for that galaxy up there. I think that is absolutely incredible. That's the crab pulsar over 3 months. All right, cool. Yes. There you go. Some actual movement in outer space while everything looks so ridiculously far away. You know, it's you know, the Hubble Space Telescope. I think it's our favorite. It's our favorite scope. So yes, that has been a fantastic evening. You guys are absolutely incredible. I am going to, let's drop this raid 1. You can copy that message for the subscribers. Raid 2. If you are not a subscriber to the channel, that is all right. I got you guys covered. Do not worry. We're going to raid Lost Prophet. Because, like I said before, he is one of the most underrated, undiscovered treasures of Twitch. He deserves all your love. He has way more channel points than I do. He is a wonder genius when it comes to all sorts of fun things to do with the Oran board and channel point rewards. So, appreciate you guys sticking around for a raid. Give Lost Prophet all your love. You guys have been absolutely fantastic. Once again, thank you for those who have subscribed to the channel. You are fantastic. Those who have donated bits, you are fantastic. Those who have donated, you are fantastic. Those who are lurking, those who have been in the chat, you are absolutely fantastic. You guys are tremendous. This has been a fabulously fun evening. I do not care that I'm going to be a little groggy at work tomorrow. This has been a very, 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 very rewarding night. So I want to thank you guys once again. Have a wonderful evening wherever you are. Have a wonderful day, afternoon. Thank you so much. I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a very good evening and enjoy Lost Prophet.